order, and we'll begin with the pledge of the flag and a moment of silence. I'd ask everybody to please stand where they're located and join us in the pledge of the flag, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. Roll call, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith?
Present.
Mr. Hawes?
Here.
Ms. House? Here. Mr. McDermott?
Present.
Mr. Perry?
Here.
Rachel?
Here.
Ms. Edmond?
Here.
Mr. Schnee?
Present.
Mr. Urban?
Here.
Mr. Vogt?
Here.
Mr. McKinley?
Present. Thank you.
All present.
First item of business is we have the retirement. Mr. Serafin, who worked in our custodial department under buildings and grounds. We wish him all his retirement and good health. To Mr. Serafin. With that, congratulations. Additions or deletions to the voting session agenda? Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved, Linda.
So moved.
Ms. Howe?
Second.
We have a second.
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? None heard. Motion carries. The motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the requirement of the majority of those participating in the meeting must be physically present at the meeting. Ms. Howe?
So moved, Linda. So moved.
Do we have a second for Ms. Howe?
Second.
I think Ms. McDermott got in there first. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition, any abstentions, none heard, motion carries. Motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the conduct of public meetings to the extent that the current format is inconsistent with the term of the state's emergency declaration. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Sheila.
Ms. Saban, do we have a second for Ms. Saban?
Second, Kendra.
Okay, Ms. Riddle. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition?
Yes, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. We're now down to public comment on voting session agenda items. Members of the public who would like to speak in that regard?
Ron Knapp.
Go ahead, Mr. Knapp.
Thank you, Chairman McKinley and Council for listening. This is regards to agenda item 2 with regards to the sale of the juvenile detention building. In the last meeting, I agreed.
Huh?
I had to shut your computer down.
Can you hear me? Everybody hear me?
Mr. Knapp, go ahead.
The 3 questions I asked, I don't know if I received an answer to them. First was money put into the facility for upgrades or preparation for the sale of it, and how much was the cost of those upgrades or making it available to be sold? I think the taxpayers should be up to date on how much money is invested to sell the property according to the information. $50,000 is what's being asked for the building. If there's more money invested than the $50,000, that's going to be a cost to the taxpayers. As well, I hope Manager Pedri is on the phone or during the conference here, because I was wondering if there's plans on an addition for the Luzerne County Prison. I feel that if there's plans for an addition to the Luzerne County Prison, that I believe will be better served the building to rehabilitate the building. Because I stated in the last meeting that there are two examples where the United States and Israel work together for intimacy, investing in an older building and rehabilitating that building at the tune of $500,000 as opposed to millions of dollars for a new property. We have to be consistent and trying to rein in costs with this COVID-19. You never know what's going to be our future with the amount of money coming in to the county. And I feel that the juvenile detention building as a whole is in good structure. And I think that rehabilitating will be a more probable and cost-effective way for Luzerne County to move forward if there was the proposal of adding to Luzerne County Prison as it is. And then along with the security issues as well.
Thank you.
I just wanted to emphasize that I bring up the subject of rehabilitation in regards to parallelism for conservatism, and that I believe is the way forward for Luzerne County in our future. I thank you for your time.
Other members of the public?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in regards to the budget amendments. There has been late-breaking news coming out of the state that might impact not only the budget amendments, but the overall budget itself. Governor Wolf signed into law yesterday early evening legislation put forth by the state local government commission pertaining to the 2021 budgets for municipal governments. That would allow for an alternate, what they call an alternative TAN note to be created for COVID-related expenses. Now, the bill would not modify terms of any current TAN note that currently exists between local government units and lending institutions, but would only authorize the issuance of alternative TANs under special longer terms as a response to the COVID-19 emergency. So I believe the county manager, Mr. Swets, needs to be made aware of this, as well as they need to discuss this with probably the state, because this was just recently passed. So I don't know what they would have to do in terms of with COVID-related expenses for 2021. Moving forward, that's in the currently in the budget. So I just wanted to make the council aware and the management aware that this was signed into law yesterday early evening by Governor Wolf. And this is, I will give the legislation number is, it will be formally known as Act 110 of 2020. So, and it is House Bill 2536. Just for the solicitors and your edification. And that is all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Other members of the public? Okay.
Brian Shiner, good evening.
Okay, Mr. Shiner.
Good evening. The Wilkes-Barre Area School District has decided to sell some properties, Coughlin High School and the Myers High School building. The school district voted to list them for sale, unlike what we do on the county level. They listed the Coughlin High School property for $1.8 million. The Myers High School property for $4.38 million. And as they said, it doesn't commit the district to selling the properties, but it would help show if there's any interested buyers. Why do we on the county level have to do it backwards every single time? The property is worth a lot more than $50,000. Personally, I feel, and so do some other people within the county government, that it is a very useful piece of property for the prison system itself. To sell these properties, as we do, that are usable by the county for many purposes is ridiculous. It's also not taking in the best interests of the people that you're elected to represent, which is the public, the people of Luzerne County. I think it's great what the gentleman is offering, wants to do with the property, but I think we're doing these things backwards. And I think we need to maybe look at what Wilkes-Barre School District is doing and do the proper procedure. Decide first that you indeed want to list it, and then list it, and list it for a fair price. Or find a use for it within our county. And I think our prison system could use that property. Could be used as a COVID center for right now. The property could be added onto with modular units to extend it and make it back into a women's prison. There's many, many different things that could be done with that property. But once we sell it, or rather give it away, as we did at the Valley Crest property, it'll be gone. It'll be too late to do anything. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public, please? Okay, if not, we're down to the minutes from the November 16th meeting. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Leanne.
Mr. McDermott?
Second, Kendra.
And we have a second from Ms. Radel. On the question? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition?
No.
Mr. Irvin and Mr. Griffith? Any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. We don't have anything listed under old business because we'll be doing the budget amendments as far as our agenda. Moving over to the agenda items on the second page. We have a motion to allow Frank V. DeAndre Jr. to advertise county-owned property for sale. Do we have a motion?
Presented, Schnee.
Mr. Sneed. Do we have a second for Mr. Sneed?
Sheila.
Segment. On the question.
On the question.
Yep.
Mr. McGinley?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the question that I have is, and I know this is probably something that maybe Ms. McDermott could just address on the real estate committee moving forward at some point, but I have a real problem with the fact that what the county does, as Mr. Shiner just alluded to, is it seems really backward to me for us to require the purchaser to advertise the property. I think the county should do that because we're actually asking the purchaser to get somebody to bid against him. Basically, if we're advertising the property, so if I want to buy something, or somebody wants to buy something, we're telling Mr. DeAndre now that you have to advertise the property. So he's actually going out telling people that I'm going to buy this property, and if you want to buy it for more money, you can bid against me. To me, I think that's a little bit backwards. I understand why we do it is because we want people to understand that we're selling a piece of property. But I think somewhere, maybe Ms. McDermott, when she has a real estate committee meeting, can address the procedure that we do when we do these things. Because I really don't believe that that's fair to the purchaser. That's like me selling a car and saying, I'm going to put it in the paper that I'm going to buy a car from Mr. McGinley, and I'm going to give him $100 for it. I'm going to put it in the paper. And I'm going to say, I'm going to buy this car from Mr. McGinley for $100. Anybody want to bid against me? That's pretty much what we're doing here. And I don't, and I know that's not the intent, but I think that's what's actually what we're doing. So I think we need to rethink that process moving forward on this as well as the repository properties as well. And hopefully when Ms. McDermott gets her committee together, maybe we could have that kind of discussion and try and straighten that a little bit of a snafu out if we could. Thank you.
Okay, but you realize, Mr. Griffith, that is part of the process that's been voted on by council previously, and that's why we're following through with that.
Yes, I do understand, Mr. McGinley, but I just think that's
something. That is part of the process, and we are following that step so that we will.
Well, actually, Mr. McGinley, I believe that process is for properties under $25,000.
Right.
It is, Mr. Houck, but I still couldn't find another.
Right, either.
Yeah, so that's the system that we're using, and I think we recently, this year, we did it with another property as well. I can tell you, and Councilwoman McDermott can tell you as well, we've been talking about it, streamlining the process, making the process maybe a bit more user-friendly for buyers. So I don't know if Councilwoman McDermott wants to add anything, but we have been talking about it, and I'm sure she'll remind me that we'll put it on the real estate committee agenda.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, don't we usually receive a map in the agenda pack? I didn't see one for this piece, and I tried to do a Google Earth search. I couldn't find it with just the PIN number.
Well, it's not
It says
a
off Ridge Road.
it's not a repository. It's not in repository, this particular property. But if you want a map, I can send you that. If you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we could really judge and here we are, we have to judge the price, the bid price against the assessed value, which is almost $80,000. You know, it's the bid is 1/4 of what the assessed value is for 50 acres. And in my opinion, that's a big chunk of property there.
Well,
so,
he's just advertising right now. It's just to advertise it. So if bids come in, we're going to have a whole plethora of documents for you to review.
Okay, well, that's my fault then. Okay, thanks, Ms. Crocomo.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? If not, roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Todd,
Yes.
Ms. Haug,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Moving down to number 2, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the county manager to negotiate a sales agreement between Luzerne County and Castillo Real Estate LLC for the former juvenile detention center. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott, do we have a second for Ms. McDermott?
Second, Kendra.
We have a second. On the question.
On the question, Mr. McGinley.
Go ahead.
I'm not supporting this motion because I don't believe the property should have been put out as an RFP, as I mentioned this at a previous meeting as well. It should have been put up for bid. And if it was put up for bid, then we would know that council had buy-in and would have said that how much we wanted to at least make sell the property for, as opposed to just putting out an RFP. That's one of my concerns. The other concern is that, you know, when Mr. Rakovich was on the work session last week, he did express concerns about selling that property. And I applaud the efforts of the real estate committee to try to sell that property. However, the only reason that property physically is closed is because the 2 judges closed it. It really is a valuable property that the county could be using and should be using and should have been using. But unfortunately, because we had 2 judges close that facility, it has gone into a state of disrepair. I think it's unfortunate that we're not capitalizing on that piece of property for the county administration. I think we could use that for a minimum offender building. Possibly we could use it for a whole host of reasons for the county, as opposed to selling it to somebody for $50,000. Not that, you know, I don't think that that's a bad price or not. I just think that the council needs to decide, should we have talked to the administration to say, what would it cost to make that building viable for us to use? I mean, if we're looking to expand the prison and we have other issues, and there's a safety issue as well, is that property going to be actually transformed into something and then be able to get things over into the prison yard, as Mr. Rakovich was alluding to at the work session? So I'm just concerned about the safety features for the prison down below. I'm concerned about the location of that facility. I'm concerned that we don't know for certain that he's going to get zoning and changes. When we asked last week about the zoning, I think Mr. Casilia said that he doesn't think he'll have a problem with zoning. So I think there's a whole host of reasons why this should not be accepted, only because if he doesn't get the zoning, it's going to be an empty building that he's going to own. And then we'll have another problem on our hands, which I don't foresee that happening, but it's a possibility. So without all these things in place to say that what is he actually going to do with the building, and then he's got everything in place to make that happen, I'm a little bit concerned about just selling it to somebody right at the moment and saying, well, we hope he can convert it into the structure that he's trying to do. So the safety concern is my big one. And the second concern is that the county could be using that building. We've already paid the money to have it asbestos mitigation. We've already cleaned up the pigeon droppings. So there's some things that we could probably do with that building that we could use it for. So those are my concerns, and I won't be supporting it.
Okay. Anyone else, please?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Leanne. Go ahead.
Okay, well, some of the questions that came up, obviously we talked about the security, and Mr. Castillo did send a letter that we received today, all council members, stating again what he plans on doing with the property. And having someone in that property is so much better than having it vacant. He's going to have security cameras up, plus having people there that will deter anyone from just roaming up there, because you can't drive up there, but you can walk up there. So people are already doing that. And I do know that they have to, corrections officers have to do a sweep of the yard. So that's already happening. And with someone in there, it would be better security wise. And I know what, things were brought up about the property being used by the county. That would be wonderful. I'd love to see that done, but we're talking a couple $1 million at least on the low end of trying to get the property for us to get it up to where it needs to be. And we don't have that money in the budget. I agree that it would be a wonderful thing, but also if it's used for the county, you have to worry about employees, staffing and stuff like that. So that also causes a change in the budget, which I guess someone said about, or Mr. Shiner said about from COVID, and there's no way that we'd have that property ready for anybody to use for COVID. I don't know how long it would take, but even Mr. Castillo did say probably a year, and he does have a lot of people that he knows construction wise to help him with the property. So those are some of my remarks about that.
Ms. Saban,
Yes, I just have a question. This property, I mean, the judges closed it a long time ago. It's been many years. And we did the remediation, but how I wonder, has there been another offer ever?
About 3 years ago, Ms. Saban.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, we went through an RFP process and there was an offer of $20,000.
Right.
Which the county did not accept. There was lots of discussion in that regard at that time, but that was the offer.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that it was significantly lower than what we got now. And I agree with Leanne, until the county's in a position, which it may be a little while, until we're in a position where we have less debt and more revenue, I would be reluctant. I would take the $50,000.
Anyone else?
If I could, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really appreciate the efforts of Leanne, the real estate committee, because it's been an ongoing long-term goal of this council is to get rid of our excess properties, put them back on the tax rolls, and have productive use. So I totally see that side of the argument. And Mr. Castillo's done a great job with his other property, at least that I know of, up there, Margarita Azul. However, I just have to defer to Mr. Rakovich on this one. He really sees a long-term benefit from holding on to that property. And we don't have a crystal ball, but we do have some very valuable properties that Mr. Shiner said earlier. We parted with, notably Valley Crest, and that one's being turned around, we let that go for a rock bottom price. And yeah, everybody likes to have a little bit more money in the kitty, but long term, I just don't think it's a really good idea to get rid of that very critical piece of property. Overlooks the prison. It's right there on our campus. It's adjacent to our campus. So if we need to expand the prison, which we know that's another long-term goal as well, the structure is aged, and we've got to look at other ways to do prisons in the long term. So I just can't support this time, but this is one of those. It's not like it's a good or bad thing. I totally see the other side of the argument. I just can't support it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion from Ms. McDermott, second by Ms. Radel. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hawes?
No.
Ms. Hauk?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Stedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
7 yes, 4 no.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going down to the budget amendments. Last meeting, we spent some time going through some budget amendments. And we left some that had to be come back tonight to go through again. So if everyone would refer to their budget amendments that were provided for them. And we'll go through each and every one. We'll start with the corner.
Mr. McGinley.
Excuse me, somebody who's
Mr.
talking.
Mr. McGinley, this is Dave Pedry. I'm happy to defer county administration's time. I know there's a lot of people from LCTA on, and I know some other people on about that one. If you want to take that one first, we could hold off to the end.
Well,
Do
the LCTA is going to be on for that one, and we have an LCTA, the letter in the work session, so they're going to be with us for a little bit. Okay. So
okay.
We'll move along as presented, if that's okay.
Makes sense to me.
All right. Well, again, we're going back to the Corners Department. And if you go back to the sheet that was provided, we're looking at wages overtime.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Excuse me? Do we need to remove that from the table since those were tabled?
I don't think they were ever tabled. I think we just skipped over them because Ms. Hogarth was not available.
They were tabled. The vote was tabled, and then there was a vote to postpone, and I separated them in the sheet by which one was voted on which way.
Okay. Well, then we need a motion to take them off the table then. Who would like to make that motion?
Motion to remove from the table, Kendra?
Okay. Ms. Radel, do we have a second for Ms. Radel?
Second, Chris.
Mr. Perry. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Motion carries. So we now have them off the table. Thank you. Going back to wages under overtime, the proposed budget that was submitted to us had a figure of $3,000, and the budget amendment that was submitted by Mr. Griffith has a proposed number of $1,000. So differential is $2,000. Do we have a motion in that regard?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith. Do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban. On the question.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
This is Joan.
Go ahead.
We are not comfortable reducing the overtime by this amount. As Mr. Griffith stated, he has adequate staff and salaried employees do not require overtime. 2020 shows only $50 to date. 2020, besides the pandemic, was what you would call a historical year for the coroner's office. Almost all the employees are brand new at the end of 2019, so there was no time off awarded for people. I do believe there will be overtime in 2021. We may be able to give up some of that money, but $2,000, I'm not comfortable reducing it by that amount.
Okay. Anyone else would like to comment? You heard Ms. Hogarth? Do we we have any?
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
this is Frank Hackins from the coroner's office.
Go ahead, Mr.
If
Hackins.
I may comment on that.
Sure.
We have, we took action to reduce overtime, and as Joan has indicated, we're all new staff, so there was very limited time off. Also, because of COVID-19, the way we're doing business in the office changed a little bit also. But we're seeing a need probably within 2021 because our reporting system, our administration functions, we're probably going to be spending some overtime in those areas to make sure that we are staying proficient in our daily operations. And taking this away might eliminate that opportunity when needed. And I do believe it's going to be needed, especially with our reporting system. Our volume of cases, sir, has increased. And there's a good, strong possibility that we're going to need this overtime, and that's why I budgeted it. And if we remove that, it's going to, especially if our trend continues with our caseload, the way we're doing business, we're going to have to make this money up someplace. So I prefer to keep it in. I believe it is necessary for our office, and especially we have taken substantial steps to improve the operational efficiency of that office. But we need the support financially also. We operate at a 50 to 60% less than other counties. Our caseload is higher. These are our budget that we proposed is very important for us to continue the path that we have taken to improve daily operations and meet legal obligations and ensure the safety and health of our staff and everybody we deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we've heard from Ms. Hogarth, we've heard from Mr. Hackett.
Mr. McGinley, is this the issue that we were having with Ms. Wallace when she was in this coroner's office, where we were just giving overtime to her on a regular basis? Wasn't that the same issue that was raised?
Yeah, Ms. Wallace has retired. So
I know that
person, right? So there was some discussion in that regard, Mr. Griffith, over the past several years.
Yeah.
But because Ms. Wallace has retired, I don't believe that's the situation currently.
So we only have one person in that office that's eligible for overtime. That's the secretary.
She's an executive administrative assistant, but yes.
So
you heard what Ms. Hogarth said, Mr. Griffith?
So does she come in early like Mary Wallace used to?
She does not. She works 6.5 hours a day.
So why are we worried about overtime?
We are worried about overtime because we have an increased caseload. This year, we did not have people that were eligible for time off, which this person will need to pick up the case load, the work, when these people are off in 2021. And as Mr. Hacken mentioned, we have now got a case management system, which requires a lot more input than what was currently, well, not currently, what was done in the past in the office. So there is a lot more work to be done in that office than what was done in the past.
So the case management system is going to cost us money then, basically. Not save us money, it's going to cost us money.
It will be a better reporting system, but it will cost us money. I mean, obviously a case management system does cost money, but in the long run, having a case management system is better than handwritten records and spreadsheets.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
Sir, if I may comment also, we are in a transition period with that case management system.
Yeah.
And in the long run, we will be more efficient with that. But in the short run, whenever you have a transition from an old to new, you have a learning curve. We have a lot of data that we have to get into it. And that I plan on using our office administrator more in that field.
And that's one of the reasons why I really need that overtime and that ability to do that, because we are falling behind in getting where we want to be at this point in time. And I would want to get that totally functional in the year 2021. And I think in a few years down the road, we are going to see improvements, and especially the quality of our reporting, quality of our investigations. These are substantial steps that we are taking, but we need also the financial support to accomplish these goals.
Is your secretary, your executive assistant, working virtually right now?
No, sir. None of us are working virtual, sir.
Okay.
We are in the office every day, 40 hours plus.
Okay, so she's actually in the office every day.
So she's in the office every day. We're in the all of us are in the office every day, 40 plus a week.
Okay, I thought maybe due to COVID she might be VPNing in, but okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, sir, not at all.
So I have a question here. So where are the records currently stored right now? How are they stored, and what type of media are they on? Are they spreadsheets, or are they data? What kind of forms?
So there was outdated forms, probably from the 70s. Some were handwritten, some were typed, some were done on the computer. Mary Wallace did an excellent job attempting to maintain Excel sheets, but none of this information cross-referenced. It was very difficult. If we wanted something from a previous year, we had manual research. It was very challenging. This case management system, once we have it operational, and it's a little bit of a challenge right now because we have a lot of per diem employees, and trying to get everybody on board with this is a challenge. So right now it's more work because our full-time employees are using it, but now our full-time employees, we have to do our own stuff, plus we do input for the per diems. Now some of the per diems we do have on the system, but we don't have everybody yet. We also have probably about 400 files that, from the beginning of the year before we went into this, we need to get into the system for 2020 to have a complete year. I was hoping to have an intern, but because of COVID-19, that's just not in our future right now to try to do any of that work.
So when you actually negotiated the contract for this particular system, did you not have, or was the vendor available to actually import any of the data into the new system, or was it just so scattershot that they couldn't do it?
They couldn't do it, sir. What we did, Mary's Excel sheets, which is only a name, data, debt, stuff like that, we were able to input. Yeah, we were able to input that, sir. But the other data we're trying to scan into the system, but that has to be done piecemeal, one file at a time. The files are basically, there's notes in them, they're very limited, but we still have to get the information in. Our system now is a great deal more comprehensive than what it was in the past.
So when you're scanning it, I mean, as far as technologically speaking, are you putting those in it as PDF, or does it have any OCR capabilities? And, I mean, like, when you kind of do this kind of stuff, you have to think about how the technology is going to benefit us and not cost us more in the future. I mean, so, I'm just surprised that IT or some of the department's not involved to assist you. And I'm assuming that as COVID is hitting a little bit more, and maybe the county manager, instead of laying people off or anything like that, could offer you some additional assistance from other departments. Instead of putting people on unemployment if that's necessary going down the road, and maybe save some overtime in your department. So creative ways in thinking outside the box instead of costing the county additional overtime money by utilizing other staff members, maybe even in the court system, that could assist you, since they're going to be kind of closed up for a while.
Okay. Ms. Saban, did you want to?
Thank you for your input, sir.
I just think that there's a possibility of what Mr. Urban suggested, that would violate their contract, their union contracts, to move them to another area.
It's worth looking into.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Griffith, second by Mr. Urban, to take the budget amount, proposed budget amount, I should say, of $3,000 and change it to $1,000, which would result in a $2,000 differential. You vote yes, you vote for to change the budget amount to $1,000. Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Hauk?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
No?
Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry?
Mr. Perry, your microphone is.
Sorry. No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Sedman?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was a yes? Correct?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
9 no, 2 yes, 9 no.
Okay. Going down to the next proposed budget amendment under office supplies. The proposed budget that was sent to us by the manager's office was $5,500. The proposed budget amendment would take that number down to $2,000, which would result in a $3,500 differential. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban. On the question.
Mr. McGinley, this is Joan.
Go ahead.
The coroner's office purchases what they can out of the 107 VSIA account, but they also have to take into consideration that that account is used to reimburse the records facility for the space that's used over there with the operating expenses, and will now need to pay for Quincy, the case management system's maintenance annually. We do no longer take in the $35,000 a year that Mr. Griffith alluded to. That amount has decreased. We budgeted $25,000 next year, and that's due to a difference in the state, what they charge for copies of death certificates now. So we aren't going to be taking in the same amount of money that we took in the past. And we do try to use that for what we can, but at the same time, we need to keep the funds available for things that have to be paid out of there.
Okay. Other people? Anyone?
Mr. McGinley?
Go ahead, Mr. Griffith.
Well, so Ms. Hogarth, are they changing the statute? Is that what they're doing there? Because I think the statute says they're supposed to contribute $1, or is it $3 for every certificate that's logged into the Vital Statistics Improvement Fund? Are they changing that statute?
No, they are not changing that statute. What they changed was the cost of a death certificate copy for the decedent's family. It used to be $9 a copy, now it's $20 a copy, so family members are purchasing less copies. They're only purchasing what they need, where in the past they may have gone to the funeral director and thought, well, maybe we need 8. So they would buy 8. Now they're actually counting how many they will need for the bank and, pensions and whatever, and maybe only coming out of with 4. So that $1 per certificate, the certificates are going down, which is why our revenue is going down.
So they increased the cost of the certificates, but they didn't increase it on the dollar side. So they raised the certificates to $20, but they still give us $1. Is that right?
Right. So people are purchasing less.
Yeah. Well, that was really good of the state to do that, right? I mean, they raised the price of the certificates. Yeah, they raised the price of the certificate, and then they don't give us any extra on our Vital Statistics Improvement Fund. That's typical Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, right? They take more and they give us less. and on the Vital Statistics Fund, I know there's some things that can be purchased out of that fund that we're not using So, and I can appreciate the fact that you're telling me now that they're reducing the fund from the 35,000 that we usually got. Now we're down to 25,000. So I can certainly appreciate the fact that they just slashed the budget by 10 grand for us on the vital statistics. But there's other things that we could be buying out of that or using. And I do see the Quincy is being paid for out of that vital statistics fund, but that's not a lot of money every year. I think that's like $7,000 or $8,000 a year we're paying for that. I'm not sure what that number is.
No, the $8,000 a year is the operating expenses for the records facility. I believe, and Frank could correct me if I'm wrong, Quincy will be about $12,000 a year.
That is correct.
So we already ate up $20,000 of our vital statistics money.
Yep.
Up to 25, yeah. Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion under office supplies to take the proposed budget amount of $5,500 and reduce that to $2,000, which would result in a net of $3,500. Mr. Griffith made the motion, Mr. Urban made the second. If you vote in favor of that, you would change the budget, the proposed budget amount to $2,000. Roll call, please.
Ms. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Edmonds?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Hauk?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
4 yes, 7 no.
Okay. Moving down to the next line, small tools and minor equipment. The proposed budget from the manager's office was $19,000. The proposed budget amendment from Mr. Griffith is $5,000, which will result in a $14,000 differential. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith. Do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban. On the question. Anyone on the question?
This is Joan.
Sir,
I would repeat.
Ms. Hogarth
I would
first.
repeat on the previous with the office supplies. It basically comes down to we buy what we can out of the VSIA fund, but what we can't buy out of there, we can't buy out of there.
Okay. Someone else was trying to speak. Would that person speak up, please?
Sir, it's Frank Hacken. Once again, that fund is needed to support our daily operations. Just in body bags, we spend about $4,500 per year. We cannot buy those from the VESA fund. Protective gloves, we spend almost like 2,000 gallons. Every autopsy and supplies costs us about $50. Our red bag disposal costs us about $1,500 a year. Also, there's some basic things that we need to accomplish, and once again, to ensure our safety and health within the autopsy room. So that money is needed. We will use the VESTA fund wherever we can, but it's needed for basically daily operations.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley.
Go ahead.
On that small tools and minor equipment account, I certainly understand Mr. Hacken's point and Jones that they reduced the VSIA fund as well. But in history in that account, does it show? I mean, you spent $3,000 in 2018. You spent $24,000 in 19. You spent $10,000 in 2020. I don't see why we are raising the amount that much. In that particular category, I would be not adverse from instead of a $5,000 cut to make it $10,000 if that would be better.
$1,000 cut.
Well, I'm saying I would reduce it to okay. So let me rephrase it then. I wanted to change the $5,000 number to $10,000 for the amount that we're cutting. So instead of 19,000, make the budget 10,000.
Okay. So you're
Okay,
making
so
that as an amendment to
I
your
can make
budget
that.
amendment?
Yeah, I can make that amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, based on the fact that the $35,000 figure that Ms. Hogarth said has been reduced by 10,000 from the state, that would be helpful for them. I would be willing to change my number to 10,000.
All right, we have an amendment to the proposed budget amendment by Mr. Griffith. Do we have a second for that?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban. So just to be clear, the amendment is to change the $5,000 figure that you see in your printed information to $10,000. That would result in a $9,000 differential instead of $14,000 differential. So we're going to vote on that amendment first to the budget amendment. So just to be clear, the $5,000 would be changed to $10,000, which would result in a differential of $9,000 instead of $14,000. On that amendment, roll call, please.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Sedman?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
4 yes, 7
That-
no.
Okay, that amendment is off the table. So we're back to the original proposed budget amount of $5,000 instead of the budget amount that came from the manager's office of $19,000. And that was proposed by Mr. Griffith and second by Mr. Urban. Roll call on that to change from $19,000 to $5,000, which would result in a $14,000 differential. Roll call, please.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Sedman?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt? Mr. Vogt?
No.
No. Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. House?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No?
We have 3 yes, 8 no.
Okay. Moving down to the next line item, forensic examinations. The proposed number that came from the manager's budget was $200,000. The proposed number that Mr. Griffith provided us for a budget amendment of $150,000, which would result in a differential of $50,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban? On the question.
Yes. I would like to know from the coroner and Joan, how you said that the forensic examinations are increasing. What's the increase been?
Ms. Hogarth or
If I
Mr.
may-
Hackett, did you hear that question?
If I may,
Go ahead.
we already this year, we are at 82 autopsies for the year. We are projected, if things continue in the direction they're going, we'll probably hit about 90 autopsies, and that will, our cost will be over $200,000, for the autopsies. Autopsies are very important to determine cause and manner of death, and so it's something we only do them when absolutely necessary, but they are needed, and we will do them when needed, and we have to pay for them.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Anyone
you,
else? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Saban.
no, I just wondered because it is a differential, a big differential, but I think I've heard the coroner say several times that they are really, they have a much bigger caseload this year than they have in the past, and they are expensive. So, okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Other people who would like to have a question?
More of a statement.
Go ahead.
I mean, at a certain point in time, if this is going to be a trend going out into the future, maybe it might be wise that the county hire a pathologist in-house, and then we're not going to be farming all this work out, costing more than maybe the cost of an actual salary and benefits for said job.
Okay. Anyone else on the question?
Yes, on the question.
Go ahead.
Is the pathologist, is the forensic investigations, is that service bid out by chance? Do we do an RFP or a bid for that, or does Gary Ross just get them all?
Mr. Hacken or Ms. Hogarth?
Frank, do you want me to answer that?
We do not do a bid on them. We use Dr. Ross and Dr. Siebert. I have looked at other, counties, what they're paying. We are actually cheaper or right on line with other counties, what they are paying. It's pretty consistent throughout the state, and actually it indicated compared to some counties are paying, more money than we are paying.
Okay.
I understand what you're stating about, looking for a full-time forensic pathologist, but, that something could be looked at in the future. But right now, I don't believe we definitely cannot do that in this budget.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're spending almost $275,000 just in toxicology, or in forensics right now. $275,000. You could get a pathologist for a lot less than that, I believe. And toxicology as well is an additional expense. So overall, we're spending over $300,000 just in pathology and toxicology services, and we're not bidding it out. So yeah, I understand. If you want to compare other counties to Luzerne County, good for you, because I don't think that works. I think what we should do is compare Luzerne County to what Luzerne County taxpayers can afford. And I think that if we continually raise the budget just because other counties are saying, well, that's what our budget is, I don't think we're going to be going down a very good road. I think the road we need to be going down is what's cost efficient for Luzerne County. I don't care what Cumberland County does, and I really don't care what Lancaster County does. It's nice to have them as a barometer, but they're certainly not the people that I want to put my bank on, because the cost of living is totally different in those areas. The cost of living in Cumberland County is considerably different than it is in Luzerne County, as well as Lancaster County. So when you're comparing apples to apples, then that's different than comparing apples to oranges, and that's what's happening here. If we're going to look at the budgets for other counties to try and get a barometer as to where we need to spend our money, that's not going to work well. I think what we need to do is figure out what's cost efficient. And I don't think spending $300,000 for toxicology and autopsy services when we could get a pathologist for half that price is cost efficient. So that's why I thought that, it'd be a good idea to try and save some money along the way. And I did ask about the question about when somebody asks for an autopsy, they pay for that. A citizen does. Is that correct?
We do not do private autopsies.
No, but if somebody dies and the coroner comes and pronounces, if they want to find out what that person died from, they can ask the coroner for an autopsy, and they pay for it, correct?
The coroner's office would not do it in that case. The only time the coroner's office does an autopsy is if the coroner needs to just find out how they died. If the family wants to know specifics, they have to go and get it privately done.
Okay. Because when my wife passed away, that's what I was told. I was told by the coroner, if I wanted to determine what she died from, I would have to pay for the autopsy. Now, I might have misunderstood.
Right.
The coroner's office wouldn't have done that for you. You would have had to pay for it, and you would have had to find the pathologist to do it.
Okay, so I would have to reach out to Dr. Ross
Right.
to have that corner. Okay, I understand what you're saying then. Okay, so that's how that process is done. Okay. Thanks for pointing out because go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mr. McGinley, was the coroner that retired last year?
Mr. Lisman?
Yes. He was not a pathologist. He
No, he was not.
Okay. Have we ever had a pathologist?
Yeah, I think the coroner was here prior to home rule was a gentleman who was
Dr. Hudak.
Hudak, yes, right.
Hudak, yeah. We were very spoiled in this county for years to have an actual medical professional as coroner.
Yeah, I remember that, and I knew that we had a pathologist at one point.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He was sort of a legendary figure, I think, in the county at that time.
Like Ciro X.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Griffith and second by Mr. Irwin under forensic examinations to take the number that was proposed of $200,000 and reduce it to $150,000, which would result in a $50,000 differential. Roll call, please.
Ms. Evans?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Hauk?
No.
McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
4 yes, 7 no.
Okay. Moving down to the next line item, taxology. We have a proposed number of $90,000. The proposed budget amendment that Mr. Griffith provided was $80,000, which would result in a differential $10,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith. Do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban. On the question. Anyone on the question?
This is Leanne. Why is there a big jump from the previous years? And I apologize, probably went over it before, but there is quite an increase for next year's budget. Is it just going again with the same?
Or Mr. Hackett, can you answer that question, please?
Yes. We need toxicology, especially in drug overdoses, to determine. We don't do autopsies. Most counties do autopsies in drug overdoses. We do very limited autopsies. Comparatively speaking, Lackawanna does 160 autopsies already this year. We did 80. We need these toxicologies so we can definitely say that this death is an overdose. The toxicology costs about $300 compared to $3,000 for an autopsy. But without this, to determine cause and manner, we are guessing. And I will not guess. I want solid evidence of the cause and manner of death. And these are needed to accomplish that.
So it's just out of sheer volume because as of the first, you had 208. So I'm assuming that number went up since November 1st.
Yeah, we're at. I don't really for the toxicology. We're at I think about 233. Plus, what we do though to try to save money, we do a toxicology at general first. That costs us $30. That is a presumptive test. If it comes back that it looks like it's fentanyl or whatever the drug opiate may be, then we send it out to national. National is a quantitative amount. Then we know there's a fatal dose, and then if there's within that range, we have the cause and manner of death. Once again, these are things that we cannot guess on. These are very important things for law enforcement. These are very important things for the criminal justice system. These are very important things for the families that we serve. We have to have answers.
Other questions? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Griffith, second by Mr. Irvin, to change the proposed budget amount of $90,000 to a new budget amount of $80,000, which would result in a $10,000 differential. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Stedman? Ms. Stedman?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
6 yes, 5 no.
That budget amendment pass.
Yes.
Moving down to the next item. Machinery and equipment greater than $5,000. Proposed budget has a $5,000 number in there for under the manager's proposed budget, and Mr. Griffith's budget amendment does not have any dollars involved, so it's a differential of $5,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Do we have a second?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Irvin. On the question.
So on the question, Mr. McGinley.
Yes, go ahead.
So it's probably more of a budgetary question for Mr. Hacken than it is for a logistical question. So if it's machinery and equipment greater than $5,000, how did we spend $2,500 in the account so far this year? The account says it has to be over 5,000.
Someone respond there?
You're saying the account says it has to be over 5,000?
It says greater than 5,000.
It's greater than $5,000.
No.
So if it's greater than, huh? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let him respond.
Our budget is $5,000.
Yeah, but it says machinery and equipment greater than $5,000, Mr. Hacken, which means you would buy something maybe at $7,000 or $8,000. If it's less than $5,000, there's a different line for that.
Okay, I apologize on that. This is what we use to pay for, like, when our refrigeration unit broke. We had a bill there. Our trailer refrigerator had to get repaired. We use this for repairs of our equipment that we have, especially as indicated. We also use it to pay for our service contracts with the refrigeration units and our morgue.
Okay.
So we could probably, what probably should be done with the administration is there should be a line item created for the other line item to put your equipment repairs in, minor equipment, things of that nature. There's an account for that. That's one of the problems I see. But the other problem is if you're using it to repair the refrigeration unit, that's a legitimate. And I know we only have 5,000 left in the VSIA fund, but that's where you could get that money from to pay for fixing that equipment, correct?
No, my understanding, sir, you can't do repairs with VESA. VESA is not used for repairs. It is used to purchase items, not to repair items.
When I spoke to Charlie from down in Cumberland County, the coroner, president of the Coroners Association, he said you could use the VSIA fund for just about anything. That was his exact words.
Well,
so he said just about anything. So and that list that you provided for council shows that there are items that you could use that money for that we're not using that money for. So I think you could use it to repair the refrigeration system for the morgue.
That would
be cannot be used for that.
I believe, a question for not Cumberland County. It would be a question for Luzerne County and our legal department to make that determination.
Well, Well, he's using the determination from the Corners Association. That's what he's using. And that gentleman is Cumberland County coroner.
Well, that's fine, but like you said before, we're looking at Luzerne County, and obviously that gentleman could be using it for that purpose, and if they validate that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could we
Yes.
table that till we get clarification to the next meeting?
You have to make a motion, Mr. Sneak.
I'll make a motion to table till next meeting, till we
We have
get
a second.
clarification.
Second, Sheila.
Second from Ms. Seidman, so there's no further discussion. A motion to table this item. Roll call, please.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
No.
Mr. Haas,
No.
Ms. Howe,
Sorry, no. No.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes. Thank you.
8 yes, 3 no.
It is tabled. Now we're moving to the proprietary department. We have one item there under the proprietary department, under office supplies. The proposed budget is presented by the manager. It's $25,000 in that item. And the proposed number by Mr. Griffith for that office supplies number is $20,000, which will result in a differential of $5,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Kendra.
Very good. On the question. Anyone else have a
Mr.
question?
It's Joan.
Go ahead.
All right, I don't believe Jim Haddock is on. He had vacation day today, but basically the office was closed for 4 months out of the year because of the pandemic. Our filings were down about 40% in 2020. That should pick up back to normal in 2021, which will require us to purchase more supplies than we needed in 2020. Also, we did, we voluntarily cut our supplies from $27,000 to $25,000 in this year's budget. I would be very reluctant to decrease it any more than that. We have a lot of forms that we pay to have printed, and while we have moved a lot in-house, there are some items that can't be.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley? I could understand Ms. Hogarth's question, but if you look at the transfer, they transferred, and I understand with COVID we didn't have as many filings and all that, but we had transferred $10,000 from office supplies over into the coroner's budget. That means in 2020 you didn't need $10,000 of the money. Obviously, and so far to date we spent $1,300 in office supplies, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong, $16,000 in office supplies so far to date. If you have $10,000 in that fund that you could transfer out into another department, you obviously had some extra money, and I understand what you're saying. It was probably because of COVID, but I'm only asking to take $5,000 out of your budget.
Right now, the proprietary office supply has an available balance of $26.36 for the rest of this year. If you take into consideration the expenses and the encumbrances of money that will be spent by the end of the year. So we did spend all of that money except for the $10,000 that was transferred to the coroner's office. We would not have had that $10,000 to transfer if we were open for those 4 months.
But I'm only asking for a $5,000 reduction, so that's only half of what you had left over this year. And I understand that as you said, it's a COVID situation as well. But It's a $5,000 reduction. You had over $10,000 extra money in that account that you were able to transfer out. And that was without anticipating the COVID that you had, yes, because you over budgeted by $10,000 because of not knowing the COVID. And I understand because of the COVID. So that statement's probably not accurate. You didn't over budget.
We did not over budget. We did not need our normally budgeted funds.
Right. Okay. So like you said, I think a $5,000 reduction in that line item is not out of line considering what you spent in history wise in that account either.
And as Ms. Hogarth indicated, they did move it from 27,000 in 2020 down to 25,000. And because of the virus, obviously that's had an effect on all our operations throughout the county. So, okay. We have a motion to change the number from 25,000 to 20,000, which would result in a $5,000 differential. Motion by Ms. Griffith, second by Ms. Radel.
Mr. Chairman, roll call, please. If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, who's speaking?
Yeah, Harry Haas.
Go ahead.
So, we just got notification the courts will be shut down until January, correct? Am I reading that correctly in my email?
Well, the way I read it, Harry, and certainly I'm not a member of the court, so I don't look at it very closely as far as some of the detail. But they're closed down as far as physical attendance. They're still doing the virtual and video and things of that nature, but they aren't doing physical presence. That's my understanding.
And obviously, it's only 1 month where we had several months over the COVID, so I'm trying to compare apples to apples here. But I guess Ms. Hogarth, if I could ask a question, was the Congress office eligible for any COVID reimbursements at all from the CARES Act?
Ms. Hogarth, did you hear that question?
For staffing or normal expenses, no.
Anything whatsoever. So neither staffing nor any contingencies like that. I mean, if we're going to go do more virtual activity, I mean, obviously, planetary records keeping, so it's already essentially virtual, but nothing of that sort.
Harry, this is Jake. A lot of that came out of the IT side of things. I mean, like we did the purchase of a lot of those, the Polycom machines, so they can do like virtual hearings, that kind of stuff, but it didn't come out of the proprietary per se. It worked out of the IT budget.
Sure. Yeah, I was trying to nail it down. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Could I just ask Ms. Hogarth a question? And this really kind of falls back on the last budget amendment, but where did the 13,000 go to be used by the coroner?
I can answer that if Mr. McGinley lets me. It's fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I happen to have that. That's why I jumped in. So forensic examinations, the one that went from 200,000 that was voted no on, that has 196,000 spent to date, and that's the one that received almost 100,000 of these budget transfers. So that was the line, and again, council voted no, but that's where it was moved to. So it wasn't needed in this line, but it was needed in the forensic examination.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, again, we have a proposed number of 25,000. Mr. Griffith has a budget amendment of 20,000, which would result in a $5,000 differential. Ms. Griffith made the motion, seconded by Ms. Radel. Roll call, please.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Hodge?
No.
Ms. House?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Edmond?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
3 yes, 8 no.
Okay. Moving down to Department 4197, which is the Sheriff's Department. Under wages represented, you have a number of $1,827,925 in the proposed manager's budget. The proposed budget amendment by Mr. Griffith is $1,727,925. The differential would be $100,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban. On the question.
Mr. McGinley, Brian Chomsky.
Go ahead, Mr. Chomsky.
How are you, sir? I just wanted to explain what was going on there. So 2020 was a horrible year for us for multiple reasons, one of them being turnover. We had a terrible year with turnover. It is actually you can't even tell because of how much our overtime line is overdrawn because of the COVID test site, but it shows that in our overtime also. With that said, prior to the passing of my deputy a week and a half ago, all those positions are filled, and the deputy start dates would be December 11th. If we were to take $100,000 from that line, I would effectively have to lay off 4 people.
Okay. Other questions?
So, Mr. Chomsky, you filled those vacant positions then?
All those positions they've been filled in the sense that the deputies have start dates of December 11th. That's their new start date, with the exception of the deputy that passed. And I actually had one resignation yesterday, and that position will go up on the website, I believe, tomorrow.
Okay. Anyone else?
So that was kind of an anomaly of the 100,000 that you transferred over into the coroner's office then, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. We actually had a reduction in our represented wages from 2020 to 2021 because I had so many retirements of more senior employees. Even though with the deputies getting their contractual raises, it would have gone down because I have so many new people.
And this is Dave. This may be a good time for me to give council an update as well. We're working with both PEMA and FEMA to get all of the money reimbursed for the county for that time that the sheriffs spent at the testing site. They did a phenomenal job up there providing security and traffic support. And I heard about that this week as well from the Department of Health about what a great job our sheriffs did with our testing site. If PEMA or FEMA won't come through with that funding, we are able to cover that through other CARES funding. So that should also be able to come through the to the county by the end of the year. We're working on those issues as well.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just a quick question to the manager. As far as the CARES money itself that we got this year, how much of it, can we realistically sort of back out of this year's budget, and then, do you feel that next year's budget is really realistic?
Yes, I feel next year's budget is realistic.
Okay, what about the money, that we can sort of like back out from this year?
Dave, I can take it.
I don't know what you mean.
Dave, I'll take it.
Okay.
Like reimbursed, like those departments where we have overtime.
Okay, Mr. Sweats has some information. Go ahead.
Yes. So, as you saw in the budget reports in the past, and you'll see later on today, you have them in your packet. So we tried to put the COVID-related expenses into one line by department. It said COVID-19, whether that be elections or whether that be prison, whatever department it was in. Our job is to get those reimbursed. So you'll actually see those expenses plus an expense reimbursement revenue, and neither is in your 2021 budget. So all your other lines like office supplies, salaries are in your 2021 budget. You won't see, if you see expense reimbursement, it's not COVID-related expense reimbursement. That's state expense reimbursement or courts expense reimbursement. So there's nothing in your 2021 budget that relates to COVID. So I understand if you look at the general fund now, and we'll go over my report later, there's stuff in there. We will get reimbursed for CARES funds for that. So it'll actually be grossed up. It will show, extra expense and extra revenue, but just in 2020. In 2021, there's no money budgeted for expense or reimbursement for it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we'll have a roll call. The proposed number was $1,827,925. The proposed number by Mr. Griffith, $1,727,000. Differential of $100,000. Roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
No.
Ms. Hauk,
No.
Ms. McDermott,
No.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Ms. Radel,
No.
Ms. Sedman,
No.
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. McGinley.
No.
2 yes, 9 no.
Thank you. Moving down to a different division, intergovernmental agreements. Under that title, non-intergovernmental agreements, Mr. Pedri proposed a number of $1,804,542. Mr. Griffith proposes a number of $1,624,505, differential of $180,037. And Mr. Griffith's narrative says LCTA funding reduced by the amount of the Hazleton Transit funding. We have a motion.
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second?
Do we have to make a motion to take this off the table?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to take it off. No, I'll make a motion to remove it.
Okay. Mr. Griffith, what was your motion?
Well, I was gonna make a motion to take it off the table. I don't think you can make a motion to remove it till it comes off the table.
Well, first of all, I think these are all taken off the table at the beginning. We made a motion to take these off the table. So I believe all these are off the table at this time, Mr. Griffith.
Okay.
Okay. But I think Mr. Snee made a motion to remove.
Motion to remove. I spoke to Hazleton Transit Director, Mr. Sharp.
Okay.
Doing something like that would put them completely out of business.
Okay. Do we have a second for Mr. Snee?
So moved, Chris.
Mr. Perry.
On the question.
On the question.
I wasn't taking $180,000 off the Hazleton Transit, Mr. Schnee.
Mr. Griffith.
To be clear, that $180,000 was not coming away from Hazleton Transit. So I don't know why Mr. Sharp would say it would put them out of business, because we're not reducing their funding.
Anyone else?
Mr. Griffith? What does that mean then? LCTA funding reduced by amount of Hazleton Transit funding?
That means that the amount of funding that we give LCTA, I think about $600,000 a year, we would reduce that number by $180,000 because we need to keep that money for the Hazleton Transit.
So what I believe Mr. Griffith has indicated by his motion is LCTA would receive the reduction. Hazleton Transit would still get the $180.37.
Correct.
But we have a motion to remove this budget amendment. On the question, anybody?
I think the simple
What is the amendment we're voting on, Mr. Chair?
The amendment is to, the motions, Mr. Haas, is to remove this budget amendment.
Entirely, just.
Okay?
We just have to
Mr.
put it
McGinley?
down, don't we? Isn't that the protocol?
I think the simpler thing would be to just, rather than argue about whether you can remove it or not, just vote no if you want it off.
Well, but we have a motion on the floor to remove it. So I think we have to go with the motion. If somebody wants to withdraw the motion, that's fine.
Yeah, but it came
At the present
forth
time,
as,
we have a motion on the floor to remove it.
it came forth as a motion to amend the budget. So I think you have to vote on the motion to amend the budget instead of a motion to remove it. You can table it, you can postpone it. I don't think you can just ignore it.
But I'll ask our solicitor, Mr. DeLuca, what is the proper protocol here?
I just voted up or down.
Voted up or down?
Yep.
Okay. The solicitor has indicated that the proper way to handle this is voted up or down. So we go back to the proposed Boroughs of $1,804,542. Reduce it down to $1,624,505, which would be a differential of $180,037. Mr. Griffith, you made that motion. Do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban.
But just a point of order that the other motion probably should come off. So can they resend that?
Well, I don't think it's necessary, is it? Okay.
To remove.
Mr. Steve, rescinded the motion. Mr. Perry, rescind your second?
Yes.
Okay, it's been rescinded.
All right. Could you explain again, Mr. Griffith, your proposal again?
Yeah, my proposal, Mr. Schnee, was that because Hazleton Transit is able to function and they function well, the problem that we have is Hazleton Transit should be with LCTA, because LCTA is either not doing what they need to do to get that to happen, to get Hazleton Transit in with LCTA, or there's a problem there. I don't think we should continually fund two transit systems in the county fully. So I'm in favor of funding Hazleton Transit with LCTA's money.
Okay.
Not the county money. Let LCTA use their $180,000 to fund the Hazleton Transit.
Mr. Chairman,
This is a guarantee LCTA would give Hazleton that amount of money.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Chandra from the LCTA. Is it possible for us to comment on this?
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the conversation, and I've brought along with us today our consultant from Harrisburg, Mr. Toby Favre, who was deputy secretary and understands all this funding. So rather than me elaborate, I want to turn it over to him, because I think council needs to understand that every dollar, if you take a dollar away from us, you give up over $10 of funding from the state. So you could move money away from us, but quite honestly, the state's going to move. The state's also going to move. So this $180,000 you're talking about is going to cost us over $1.5 million. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Favre, who could explain this more thoroughly, and he's astute enough to answer any further questions.
Very good. Mr. Favre? You might have your microphone muted. Mr. Favre, are you on the call, please?
You're muted.
I can see him, but he's muted.
Well, Jared, can you open his?
I can't unmute people, unfortunately.
So, Mr. Chandra, while you're waiting for him to figure out his technical problem there, how much is your surplus in the LCTA's fund? Because I couldn't find your audit online.
Well, I mean, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it is several $million. But here again, that's state and federal money, and it's also money that we have a lot of COVID money, and we have a new project coming before us to build this facility, which is definitely going to eat up a lot of cash. To answer, I mean, I like the conversation, because we're also here with a letter that we sent about the potential introduction of a joint study with Coles about consolidation.
Yeah, that's on the work session.
Yes, it's on a work session, and we would love to continue and develop more of an appetite with Hazleton to join this. But again, this is up to Hazleton, and this, I'm not sure that us, taking our money not to fund Hazleton is going to force Hazleton back to us, because a lot of this is just all government formulas with the additional funding. So yeah, the cash is there, but basically, for every dollar that you take away from us, the state's is definitely going to reduce this. And then we're
But you
prepared.
could, but you could backfill that 180,000 with your surplus.
Well, and I'm not sure.
Mr.
I think
Farmer's
Mr.
on the line
Fiver,
now.
Mr. Fiver, are you on now?
Yes.
I am. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was on before. I unmuted, but it wasn't working, so I dumped out and rejoined. So thanks. The state does require a local match to draw it out in the state funding. State funding comes out by formula every year based upon the data that LCTA submits. You're in competition with all the other transit systems around the state for those funds. The state's operating assistance allocation to LCTA for the 2020-2021 year was $6.4 million. If you reduce the match by $180,000, you'll forfeit about $1.7 million in state funds. Beyond that, once you forfeit that amount, you reduce your base allocation going forward, so you forfeit that amount every year going forward after that. So it's once it's reduced, it stays reduced.
Mr. Griffith, I think now you're muted. Mr. Griffith, I think you're muted.
Yeah, and so I'm not suggesting that you do that, Mr. Favor. What I'm suggesting is that the 180,000 be backfilled by the surplus of the LCTA.
Yeah,
because the surplus of the LCTA is substantial. They're sitting on a couple million.
I understand that. However, the money that LCTA has that's a surplus is already matched state funds. You cannot use state funds to rematch more state funds. You have to have new local dollars coming in to match the state funds going forward.
So that surplus is all matched money.
Yes, it's all matched money.
So they have no savings account.
There's no local savings account as I understand it.
Okay. So is there an audit somewhere on your webpage? Because I couldn't find it.
It's not me, so LCTA I think can provide the audit.
I mean that if we can, our finance guy is not on the call. We can provide that information to you here in a couple of days and make sure that you do receive it. We'll make sure that our county council does receive the audit.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could get that up online so the public can see it, it'd be helpful.
Mr. Chandra, it's Joe Blazovic. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add the audit is still in final steps of completion. We audit on a fiscal year. So our auditors right now are finishing for what would be fiscal year June 30th. And so I expect and believe that the audit will be complete perhaps for the December board meeting, and then there are submission requirements that it must go to PennDOT and to, in some respects, to the Federal Transit Administration. So as soon as those steps are complete, the audit then becomes a matter of record that we could share with County Council. We could give you last year's audit, but that would be a fiscal year audit, and that's not an audit that would necessarily represent today's budget position, but a budget position from 2019. So if that helps, we can make that audit available, but this year's audit will not be complete, and we don't have it to give you until it is complete.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps to add some light to where we are.
Anyone else?
Just a quick question. How about providing copies of bank statements?
Well, you'd have to ask, sir, what bank statements. Is this Mr. Urban?
Yes, it's Mr. Urban speaking.
Mr. Urban, you'd have to have, if you could give us a request on what bank statements, they have multiple accounts that they're required to keep. Some are payroll accounts, some are capital accounts. I'm not an accountant, and I don't have a full grasp of all the intricacies, but in general, there are multiple accounts.
Okay,
It's
so
not
I mean,
just one, it's not
I get
just one checkbook.
well, then, your finance person should have a statement of accounts, knowing what your positions are for each month
Yeah,
of the year.
I'm
So,
sure
how
we
about last
can.
month?
I'm
Yes,
sure
this
we gave
is-
you the end of the most recent, financial report, that we can do. But that'll have multiple accounts, not just one.
And this is Mr. Shannon. We can have Randy Listman get all this information that you're looking for, and any additional information that you're getting from our finances. But I don't want to get caught up here in the weeds on our bank statements and all. There's a couple important points that we want to make here. Is that we don't want to get caught up in this $180,000 because basically it would reduce our funding. More importantly, I think the presentation that Toby's going to make here in the work session is there's ability for this consolidation to save a lot more than $180,000, in excess of $1 million, and then potentially, I think where Mr. Griffin's going is that. It doesn't make sense for Hazleton to join up with this study and potentially be part of it for additional savings. The answer is yes, but I don't think we should get caught up in withholding this $180,000. I think we should be more focused on how do we get this. This study was done 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the Harrisburg pointed out that we could have saved $1.5 million. 10 years later, we're still talking about it. And if anything, I plead with the council, let's move forward. Let's approve the study commission. We'll send you all the financial sanctions.
Save that for the work session.
Well, I'm very passionate about that.
I understand that, but right now we have a motion about $180,000. Anybody else with questions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
To Mr. Farber. Mr. Farber, if I'm, first of all, welcome to Wilkes-Barre virtually, from wherever you're coming at tonight.
Thank you.
But I think Mr. Griffith's question really stems from, 2 directors ago, we had the exact same rationale here in Luzerne County that, boy, if we don't save money with our local match, we're going to forego state funds. And lo and behold, there were a lot of shenanigans with those funds. They were saved up and stored up. They weren't used and inappropriately. We all know what happened with that. And I think there's a lot of contention here that we're about to take the first of many steps in consolidation with Colts, but we can't seem to get collaboration with our own house within Luzerne County limits. And I think what I would like to know is obviously we spend our county match first. That's the first money to go out the door. So is that what the state? I have 2 questions. First of all, that according to state statute, how at least the governing rules for the authority work, that the county money that goes out the door first, and then secondly, I understand what Mr. Griffith's point of view, that we just want to make sure that we're getting economies of scale here, that we're getting the best value for the taxpayers. And I think we've been going through this for many years. It just doesn't seem that way. I wonder if you could shed some light on both those subjects.
Sure. So, one thing I can't do is speak to the question about whether you spend local dollars first or not. What I can say is that when the state dollars are awarded and the authority receives those state dollars and they get them in payments throughout the year, that by the end of the state fiscal year, the authority must have received the local match that allowed them to draw down those state funds. They have to have had every dollar accounted for. So as long as those total amount of local dollars come in, the state dollars come in. The state also requires that they get a resolution from the local partners that are providing the local funds at the beginning of the fiscal year, basically committing that they're providing the local match, no matter where it comes from. If it's a county or a municipality or whatever the partnership arrangement is from any authority to gather those local funds. But then once the funds are in that account, and the authorities received it, then it's already matched funds. So as far, I don't know if LCTA has, any balance of local funds that haven't been used for state match, for sure. But my understanding is that basically they've been receiving the amount of local funds on the operating side, the minimum that they need to meet the requirement to draw down all the state funds, and then they request local funds to match capital funds as they need it as well. And then when projects come in, they're able to use those local funds to match the state funds when they draw them down. So I think what Mr. Chandra said is true, that Mr. Listman can provide, the details on those accounts and the amount of funds that are in them, and then, how those funds are being used.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that we need to wait till later on in the discussion or in the work session to talk more about this issue. Am I hearing you right about that one?
Mr. Austin, the work session deals with the letter that they sent us in regards to potential discussions regarding a merger with Colts that was sent to us, that is part of your packet there.
Yes, but I think this all stems from, we've got local dollars. We just want to make sure that those local dollars are spent appropriately. And, the whole science of county government is leveraging state funds. We get that.
Sure.
But at the same time, we would much rather spend state funds first and then pass the savings back on to the taxpayer, which is not unreasonable ask whatsoever. And I think that's where the devil's in the details here. I'm getting information that's very cloudy in this matter.
Yeah.
We'd like to make sure that that's what being followed through on.
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways you can save money, and we can talk about that a little further on when we get to the work session about consolidation and how potential local fund savings kick in, because there is an incentive written into state law to provide dollar for dollar savings back to local government. For every dollar that gets saved in consolidation, local government can see a reduction in their local match contribution going forward. PennDOT has to verify, but I can actually show you what happened. When we get to the work session, I'm going to show you what happened in Reading and Lancaster and how it actually worked and what their benefits were and how they set things up, just to give you an example of how it has worked in real life.
Yeah, now we're talking. That's exactly where I think
Absolutely.
where we're at with that.
Yep.
And we want to see documented savings. We
Yep.
don't want to say, let's get together and hold hands and
Absolutely.
come together. We
Yep.
really need to see that. And I think, again, for the later discussion, Hazleton has to be a part of this. I think we've done a good job supporting Hazleton. I've supported that in the past. I like how they run their operations down there. However, we want to make sure that we have to have the savings first and then the consolidation. We want to see that in stone.
And
I guess that's for a little late.
Yeah, one quick comment on that is that PennDOT does require that it's real savings. It can't be funny government efficiency savings where we talk about savings, but it's not an actual dollar savings. It's an efficiency. This actually has to be real dollar savings, and I'll explain that when we get to the work session.
Anybody else with questions on this particular item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Sneed.
First of all, I'd like to have someone guarantee me that Hazleton's getting their $180,000. And the second item, probably the biggest item, I know Hazleton Transit, through different funding, has $15 million committed to building a bus garage on the airport beltway up there. And groundbreaking is supposed to be started in the spring. What happens with that commitment of the funds for that project?
Well, first of all, there's no budget amendment in regards to the funding for Hazleton Transit. So at this time, we don't have anyone requesting a change in their budgeted amount. I'm not familiar with the bus garage that you're talking about, so I don't know who would have that information for you, Mr. Sneed.
There's definitely funding for that. They're breaking ground in the spring. Funding's been approved. Funding's been approved already.
Okay. If somebody,
I tell you what, if Mr. Chair, if I could, if we're a significant match to Hazleton Public Transit, why are we hearing about this for the first time tonight? I do
What's
take
that?
issue with that.
What's that?
That's a problem. About this terminal at the airport,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Schnee's talking about.
I'm not aware.
That's a problem.
Boss.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, maybe Mr. Favre could answer that or shed some light on that.
Let's, if Mr. Sharp is on the line, maybe he can, since he's the person involved with the Hazleton Transit.
Yes, this is Ralph Sharp from Hazleton
ahead.
Public Transit. I did mention last year when I came for our local match last year, I did say we were in the process of looking into building a bus storage and maintenance facility. And as to Mr. Schnee's statement earlier, we did get a $10 million federal grant. And in addition to that, another almost $6 million in federal grants also. So we did get almost $16 million in federal funds. Working with the state, our facility project is roughly going to cost about 25 to 26 million, and the state has guaranteed us the other $10 million to build the facility.
Mr. Haas, did you hear Mr. Sharp?
This is new news to me. Maybe I've been asleep at the wheel here. I mean, I've certainly made mistakes before, but I don't remember hearing that before.
I have mentioned it when I've been up there before council prior. So this has been in the works for 2 years almost now.
Okay.
So again, I mean, this is a bigger discussion we're talking about right now, but we're talking about economies of scale for local taxpayers. We've got this giant infusion of federal funds. I don't know why we weren't at the table for something like this. I think. I'm shaking my head.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. McKinley, I'm making a motion table till we get more information from all these sources, that every member of council's informed of exactly what's going on.
I'll second that. This is Leanne.
Okay, Ms. McDermott, second that table motion?
Yes.
The table, there's no more discussion. Roll call, please. If you vote yes, you vote to table this particular item that we're on, which is the budget amendment related to $180,037.
That every council member gets the information they need.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about leveraging county funds to get these big ticket items, and here we go. Why do we need consolidation if we're already getting this federal match?
Well,
no table. No.
Well, then vote no. But we have a motion. No. We have a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Haas?
No.
Mr. Haas? Ms. Haug?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that? Thank you. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Adel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman? Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
sorry. Thank you. Mr. Schnee?
Yes, and I just got notification from Mayor Cassett. It's $26 million that's been committed.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
6 yes, 5 no.
Motion is tabled. Moving to the next page. This is something that was postponed in our last meeting, dealing with corrections administration. I think Mr. Rakovich was not available that evening. Under the count wages overtime, the manager's proposed budget has a number of $13,000, and the number proposed by Mr. Griffith is $10,000, which would be a differential of $3,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Urban? Do we have a second for Mr. Urban?
Second, Walter.
Mr. Griffith. On the question. I know, Mr. Rakovich, are you on?
Yes, I am. I believe the 13,000 that we've requested for the overtime for this line item is appropriate. This money is used for training on different shifts, overtime. That's a very integral part of our operation. For 2021, we have additional training that we plan on implementing. I believe council received notification of some of the additional items that we were going to start training on in 2020 and 2021. And that amount will be appropriate to cover the needs of the facility.
On the question?
On the question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Rakovich, and I'm just looking at the history on that account, and I put that in my spreadsheet as well, that, you know, over the history of that wages overtime, and if you're using it for training, I understand that, but we spent $3,000 in 17, $2,000 in 18, $10,000 in 19, and we only spent $4,000 to date so far this year at a $13,000 budget. So that's why I was saying that I thought it might be appropriate to take $3,000 out of that account.
I'm not going to say it's appropriate. I do plan on implementing three new trainings in 2021. One for a body scanner, seizure training, additional de-escalation training and communication skills. When I looked at it, I thought 13,000 is appropriate. I mean, if you cut it back to 10 and we can't provide the training, then we would hold off until the next year to train, you know, the rest of the staff on that.
And how many staff is that, Mr. Rakovich?
The entire correctional facility, 323 employees.
Oh, that encompasses even the in the jail section as well, even though it's under 4233?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the training budget for the individuals that are training, for providing the training for the officers and for the employees.
So was it always usually used for that, Mr. Rakovich?
Yes.
So in the past years, we still had the same amount of employees, but we only spent $4,000 in to date each year, and we only spent $2,000 in 18 and $3,000 in 17.
We did change a few things in beginning of 2020. The second shift was covered by not overtime. We assigned somebody to the second shift to provide the training, and previously they were on first shift. So that saved a portion of the training money there. I expect the same thing will happen again in 21 moving forward, but with the additional training that we want to add, that's why the figure went to 13.
Mark, this is Dave Petty. Just so I'm clear, this money it's used for the people who are doing the training, correct? This isn't for people who are being trained. These are the trainers who are using employees, obviously.
Right.
Okay, just so I'm clear. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion to the proposed budget numbers 13,000. We reduce it to 10,000, which would be a differential of 3,000 by Mr. Irvin, second by Mr. Griffith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Hauk?
No.
Mr. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Sedman?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
2 yes, 9 no.
Okay. The other proposed amendments are utilities, and I think Mr. Pedri said last time that Mr. O'Neill would provide that information on the report. And since Mr. O'Neill is going to be in our work session this evening, can we hold these off until we have that report from Mr. O'Neill? And then we'll deal with those in the next meeting we have, which will be next Tuesday. Everyone comfortable with that? Okay, very good. We're now at public comment. Members of the public, we're now open for public comment, please.
Mr. Manta.
This is Mark Rabo.
Oh, Mr. Manta's first, then Mr. Rabo. Go ahead, Mr. Manta.
I stand corrected. Let Mr. Rabo go ahead.
No, you're first, Mr. Manta, please.
Oh, I thought I heard him in there before me. I'm sorry.
No, you first, Mr. Manta, please.
Okay. So the question is about this the plan for the water, the storm water. Is that correct to what I'm hearing? That they're getting money for the storm water.
Who's getting money? When they say they.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me step back a minute. I have to go get my notes. Let Mr. Rabo go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Rabo, now you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I wanted to correct what I stated in the beginning of the meeting with regards to the legislation that was enacted yesterday evening. It was Act 114, not Act 110. So I just wanted to correct that for the record. As well as I wanted to also remind council over the course of, I believe, the late summer and even into the fall, I gave updates as far as when the Hazleton Transit was brought up in discussions that there was an intermodal being proposed and being built on the airport beltway at the Hazleton Regional Airport. So, I mean, I can't understand why that's news to anybody on council, because I think that, the federal, I believe I notified council when the federal DOT approved the $10 million funding for Hazleton Transit, as well as the state PennDOT gave a grant, allocated a grant as well for the Hazleton Airport. So those two funding allocations were given over the course from late summer into the fall. So, as everyone knows, I've been fighting for Hazleton Transit funding since the inception of Home Rule. And I'm sure you're aware of that, Mr. Chairman, and other members of council who have been on council for this time. I think it would be unfair to have Hazleton Transit be the whipping post in a battle for allocation. I think it's PennDOT's fault, if you want to ask me, my opinion, because the PennDOT is collecting all the money for the motor license fund through the gas tax money and the vehicle registration fee money, which $700 million has been going towards the state police for the pensions. And I believe that needs to be made clear to our state legislators, including Representative Mike Carroll, who sits as the minority chair of the House Transportation Committee. So if anyone has a issue with the funding formulations for buses and whatnot, that needs to go through him. And as far as the county action plan, Mr. Chair, I sent you and other members of council with regards to the Chesapeake Bay Commission and the quarterly meeting that happened with regards to the funding. And I think the manager and you as members of council should reach out to them to get our fair share of the EPA grants moving forward for that implementation of the action plan through DEP. So I hope you discuss that in the work session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manta?
Okay, yep. Now I have my notes. I'm sorry. That county-wide active plan. Okay, let me get this straight in my mind about it. Are they going to be implementing, are they going to be getting money for stormwater? That's one question. So if in fact they are getting money for stormwater, what happens to stormwater fees from Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority? That's the second question. And I'm going to direct this question to Mr. Pedri. So, Mr. Pedri, did in fact the county use county employees to help Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority in any way? And are those county employees' payments reflect to the county being a reduced cost in what they had to pay for the sanitary authority bill? And if the county could barter with money that they're paying, that they're using out of taxpayers' money, why can't the taxpayers do the same thing? And if they give people raises with all the money that they're allocating for this budget, believe me, at the end of this budget meeting, they're not going to have two nickels to rub together. So, in a whole, there's a bunch of questions that I did ask. And another question that I have is the money that is put into a fund in a bus company, okay? Let's put it that way. So, it's like PennDOT paved the road, then somebody comes and fixes a pipe. Well, if they knew that they were going to build a big bus terminal in Wilkes-Barre, why did the state let them draw a funding to go to Hazleton? Isn't Hazleton part of Luzerne County? And wouldn't it behoove the county to have all of these pool money together instead of building a little thing here, building a little thing there? Pull your monies all together and build a nice big bus terminal in Wilkes-Barre. I mean, it's really not hard to figure that out in your mind. So I mean, I'll sit back and listen to the answers.
Well, first of all, there's no plan yet for that countywide plan, so until that plan gets put together and gets published, some of those questions will not be answered. And actually, I believe if you listen to this, when we get a little bit further along in work session, you'll find out that the stormwater fee is separate from this plan. But going forward, I think that'll be a little clearer for you. Anyone else from the public? If not, do we have a motion?
Brian Dwyer from Larksville.
Go ahead, Mr. Dwyer.
It's just my personal opinion. I mean, I've sat here and listened to everything that's gone on, and I do understand a lot of it, but I have to say, as a citizen of Luzerne County and someone who works and looks at the right side of his paycheck in the deduction columns every time, the amounts of money that are being talked about here for a bus garage in Hazleton, which actually isn't a bus garage, it's an intermodal center. The amount of surplus for the Wilkes-Barre aspect of LCTA, but it's not a surplus that's going for the new building. It's just absolutely disgusting. It's absurd, the amounts of money. I don't know. I just have to say it. I think it's insane. I don't understand what the intermodal center in Wilkes-Barre actually does, other than it's just a glorified bus stop. So I don't know why we need one in Hazleton. But again, it's not necessarily based in fact. It's just based in my paycheck and my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ron. I hung up the phone. Could you tell me what you said?
What I said is there's no plan in place yet, Mr. Manta, so until that plan gets in place, some of those questions that you asked would not be able to be answered. And I also said that the stormwater fee is different than the countywide plan. Okay? Anybody else?
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Ronald
Motion
Knapp.
to adjourn?
Ronald Knapp, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Knapp, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me a chance, Chairman McGinley. Before you motion to adjourn, I just wanted to compliment all parties involved with finally moving forward into the 21st century and consolidating. Hopefully, that will be achieved. LCTA and cold spots for me. I hear that just through the conversation being discussed, that it's been talked about for many years. It's a positive, forward motion, and that's what we have to seek, positive returns for the taxpayers. And I hope light does get shed on all these additives with the airport in Hazleton, and everything comes to light. And this open discussion about the budget is a very good thing. And that's all I have to say. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you. Now do we have a motion for adjournment?
So move, Sheila.
Seaman, Mr. C, you second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition, any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. It's now 8:12. We'll reconvene for the work session at 8:20. I'm sorry, I was muted. Roll call, Ms. Lawrence, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Here.
Mr. Haas, Ms. House,
Here.
Ms. McDermott,
Here.
Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Radel,
Here.
Ms. Stedman,
Here.
Mr. Schnee,
Present.
Mr. Urban,
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
Mr. Haas,
Here, Ms. Lawrence, thanks.
Mr. McGinley,
Present. Thank you.
all present.
Additions or deletions from the work session agenda? Motion to adopt the agenda.
So move Sheila.
Ms. Saban, do we have a second from Ms. Saban?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition, any abstentions, none heard, motion carries. Since we do have some guests with us, we're going to change our lineup here a little bit. The people from LCTA are on, and we've sort of begun part of that discussion already. So you do have a letter that was sent to us in regards to LCTA and a potential discussion regarding a merger, maybe would be the proper word, with the transit authority located in Lackawanna County, which is known by the letters Colts. So, who's going to speak to the letter, Mr. Chandra?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate it. I'm going to turn it right over to our consultant, Mr. Favre from Harrisburg.
Okay. Mr. Favre?
Okay, great. Thank you. So the letter is basically requesting that Luzerne County take an action to pass a resolution to establish a committee between Lackawanna County and Luzerne County, appoint members to a committee between Lackawanna County and Luzerne County that would sort out the critical issues associated with and be able to come back with a recommendation on how consolidation would work, what the proposal would be, what the savings would be, what a proposed governance structure would be, how the staffing would work, things like that, to begin to work out the details between the two agencies and between the two counties on how it could work. So that's the request, and I wanted to, if I can, I've got a really quick few slides here from the presentation that was put together on describing the results of the merger between the Reading system and the Lancaster system, and the benefits of that and how it all worked, just to kind of explain how that process worked and how that same kind of process could work here between Lackawanna and Luzerne counties. But I'll need the ability to share my screen to be able to show a presentation.
Okay, you can do that? You know how to share the screen, Mr. Favre?
I do.
Okay.
Whoever's driving on your end
Jared.
needs to be able to make me a presenter so I can do that.
Okay. Jared, is that possible that you can have Mr. Favre become a presenter so that he can show his slides?
Yep, 1 second.
Thank you.
There's about 20 slides here. I am not going to spend time on every slide. I'm going to go through the highlights, but I can provide the entire presentation to you. It's available. So
if you would do that, that'd be great. So then we
Sure.
can post it on our website and send it out to our council members so they can have
absolutely.
the presentation. Thank
So
you.
I've got the driver's seat now. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully you can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. So this is a presentation that was put together and updated since the merger took place between Reading and the Reading system, which is BARDA, and the Red Rose system, which is in Lancaster. That merger took place in roughly 2014. It started with a joint board retreat, and in April 8th of 2014. But really, what created the impetus for it is in Reading, they needed to hire a new executive director. Their executive director passed away suddenly, and instead of hiring a new executive director, they moved to do a management contract with Red Rose Transit, and that management contract went well, and they began to explore merging the two systems. They established a joint board committee. They had 2 members from the Reading system, 2 members from the Lancaster system, and they had an alternate from each one of those systems as well. So basically, they had a 6-member committee that met and began to work out key issues. The key issues, they met from every 2 weeks for a period of May through June of that year. They had a series of tasks they needed to go through, but biggest issues were sorting out governance, sorting out how to deal with local match, what the articles of incorporation would be, things like that, and having a recommendation that they would then be able to have the joint committee have a recommendation on all those issues that they could come back to their respective transit agency boards and then to the counties. Ultimately, the counties who established independently their local municipal authorities needed to take the action to establish, the merger. Just a little bit of background information on the size of the agencies and things like that. In that case, their statistics and size of their agencies. Again, Reading was ranked number 7 in the state. Lancaster was ranked number 6 in the state in terms of total budget. You can see the other rankings in here, but they were very similar. So they made a decision to merge, but they merged in management and administrative services only. So what they ended up with is the local authority for Reading stayed in place, BARDA stays in place, and Red Rose Transit Authority stays in place in Lancaster. Basically, those authorities are there only for operations. They continue to own the labor contracts locally and the local operating employees. All the management employees consolidated under the management authority that was established. All assets and liabilities and federal grants remained within those local authorities, and they established a new set of articles of incorporation for a new authority that became a parent authority over the BARDA authority and Red Rose authority. That parent authority has a 10-member board, but the 10-member board were made up of 5 members from the Reading Authority and 5 members from the Lancaster Authority. So basically, you had a 5-to-5 vote. They could end up with a stalemate on every issue. So the counties had to agree, or the authority board members had to agree on the issues at administrative level, generally to resolve any or come up with any positive traction moving forward. The independent authorities, BARDA and Red Rose, then contract with that new authority for management and administrative services. And thus, when you establish that new authority, establish management and administration for that new authority, then you can downsize the administrative staffing accordingly between the two agencies, and that's where a lot of the savings come from. The way Act 89 was done in 2012, 2013 timeframe. It allowed counties to save local match for Act 44 funds for up to 5 years if systems consolidate. And that local match savings is dollar for dollar. So for every dollar of savings that was achieved by a consolidation, the PennDOT can approve a dollar of local match reduction that would be shared between the two authorities. So in the case of Lancaster and Berks, they saw a total of $4.5 million in total savings over a 5-year period that they were able to benefit from. And their savings, there were some savings that came from non-staffing items. Between the two authorities, about $174,000 came from non-staffing items, and you can see some of those items. For example, they didn't need to have 2 solicitors any longer. They could get down to 1 solicitor. They consolidated dues. They consolidated IT licensing fees for software. They were able to reduce the number of cell phones they had. They actually got benefits for healthcare because they were able to consolidate healthcare benefits across their administrative employees and have greater purchasing power, and they saw savings on that. And then they also saw savings on joint bus part procurement. And that, for example, I'll just use a really simple example, although it's a little more complex than this, but really simple example is you may need to have spare engines at each authority to be able to drop into a bus if an engine goes bad in a bus. And you may need to have so many engines at each authority, but if you have similar buses, you may not need quite as many engines if you're sharing those parts between those two authorities, for example, because it's a rarely used item that you can interchange between the two authorities. So they're able to reduce the parts. That's just one example, but they're able to reduce the number of parts they have. Staff savings, they had about 7 to 8 positions administratively they were able to reduce. So that saved $656,000. So their total annual savings, or potential annual savings, they estimated was $830,000. Their combined local match between Berks and Lancaster was $780,000. Between the two counties, that's how much they were contributing. So the difference to the net positive was $49,000 in savings beyond what they needed to be able to zero out their local match for 5 years. And that's what they ended up achieving. So they were able to get PennDOT to approve the reduction in their local match to zero for a 5-year period. One of the benefits of that also is in state law, your local match increases because the local match is less than 15%, which is the minimum required, which is in that green bullet down below. Their local match had to increase by 5% per year until they reached that 15% level. One of the benefits also of consolidation is when you are able to reduce your local match down to zero or partially reduce the local match, that portion of the local match that is reduced or you don't have to pay for that period of time also doesn't accrue that 5% increase per year on it because it's the 5% on the amount you contribute, not 5% on what your calculated contribution should have been. And so you don't pay that additional 5%, and the compounding effect of that 5% over time is an additional savings that you get to benefit from. So the Lancaster Berks system in 15 saved $827,000. In 16, it went to a little over $1 million, and by 19, they had saved over $1 million. Part of that savings stayed with the agency because once their local match was zero, anything that was over and above what the local match contribution stayed with the authority. So there were a couple other benefits that occurred. Those two authorities each were able to do some service improvements as a result of some of those savings. They were able to deploy some of those dollars back out in service, which was an additional benefit beyond just reducing the local match. When they recommended a new authority structure, both counties saved on the local match. After 5 years, that local match picks back up at the 2015 level. So it doesn't have that 5% compounded growth applied because they restarted again this year. But after that 5 years, what they did is they decided to split the local match between Berks and Lancaster County, and they split it evenly, so each county contributed an equal amount. But that was just a decision that they made locally, and that's one of the things that had to be sorted out in that committee to be able to recommend back to the counties to move forward with. The new authority headquarters, they decided to have it in Lancaster, and it had something to do with where their healthcare consortium was and where their headquarters needed to be to make healthcare, to get the maximum healthcare benefits. That was part of the decision. But the way they do their board meetings is they rotate their board meetings between the counties. So one month, the physical board meeting is in Lancaster County. The next month, it's in Berks County. And the people in the county that the authority isn't meeting in are able to connect virtually, either through like a web meeting like this or over the phone if they don't want to travel. This is the way the organizational structure works. So you have this center authority, which is the administrative authority providing management services. And then you have the independent authorities for Reading and for Lancaster, where the operators and mechanics and the union contracts continue to be owned. One reason for that is where there's differences in the union contracts, the independent authorities then are able to continue to negotiate independent labor contracts, and that you don't have an issue with immediately trying to move toward, a consolidated labor contract environment. So you can see here was their time frame. They had their inaugural board meeting. They actually put a tent up on the county line and did their inaugural board meeting there on the county line between Lancaster and Berks. They consolidated administrative staff in 15. They continue to retain the BARDA bus website and the Red Rose Transit bus website, and then they also have an administrative website for sctpa.com, which everybody can benefit from. There have been other benefits. So just one example of that is a joint project on automatic vehicle location and IT systems that they've been able to achieve benefits on that both agencies are able to take advantage of together as a result of consolidated purchasing power. So that's the story in the nutshell of that authority and how it got established and the steps into place. But sort of the first step, and I think the place where you're at is if you want to explore consolidation further. There have been studies done in the past, and I think it's really time to for each county to say we want to get serious about this and really explore it and try to see if we can find a way to set up an authority that will work for us and a consolidated authority that will work for us between the two counties, and how the operating roles will work, how the funding will work, how governance will work, and how our administration of these authorities will work, and how we want them to report, and all that kind of stuff. So all that detail needs to be sorted out, have a recommendation come back to each county that county is adopting or not adopting it would allow consolidation to move ahead. So that's basically the information I had for you. I'm glad to answer any questions and work through any issues.
Yeah, you're going to send those
Yes,
slides to us so we can get those out to everybody. I think what you've said, Mr. Farber, is that we're at the very threshold here. We haven't done anything. And if we go ahead with the suggestion from your letter, we would just set up a committee to meet with Lackawanna to begin the discussions.
Yes.
And those discussions could take a lot of different avenues, but eventually you'll have to settle on what you want to do in order to achieve some savings that you've identified in your presentation.
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
one thing I would also suggest is from the outside here is that, you know, if you decide to take this action to, you know, set up a committee, and if Lackawanna does the same, follows the same, which I understand there's interest there, you know, then I would also suggest you set a time frame for that committee to come back with a report that gives you. I would put a short leash on that if I were you. That you know, would say, hey, let's get a preliminary report back at the end of March or early April, and if you were able to get it set up that quickly, and then get that committee coming back. If there is a recommendation to be able to move ahead with it, and if the counties wanted to adopt it, it's possible that the administrative authority could be in place for July 1, which would be the new state fiscal year. And if not, it could be later, but if I were you, I'd put them on a short leash and really try to drive it to make it move ahead.
Okay, questions from Mr. Farber?
I have some, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Farber, thanks for the history lesson. It's very, very encouraging. How long have you're the consultant for LCTA?
Yes.
At this point, how long have you been there for?
LCTA? I've boy, I don't know. I don't remember for sure, but it's
almost about 9 months.
Yeah.
9 months. Okay. So I'm sure you got to know the organization really well.
Yep.
And obviously, you know, the board chair. And I'm just wondering, like, you know, the Colts and LCTA, they're public authorities. Why can't you just plug in numbers from Colts and LCTA just like you did for this history lesson here, and then that will preempt the work of the committee, and we as a council can know even at the front end if this is going to yield some potential savings.
Yeah, so there were. Yeah, I'm glad to answer. I mean, there were previous studies done that PennDOT actually did that looked at consolidation of these two authorities. It was one of the first consolidation studies done about 10 years ago, and there were a couple updates done to that along the way. And there's a lot of decisions that have to be made about how staffing will work, because you can see from this presentation that a lot of the savings are administrative. It's in staffing. There's choices have to be made on that. And I think when the original study that was done, it looked at consolidating LCTA, Colts, the Hazleton fixed route system, and then also back then, the two counties had independent shared ride departments that were still separate. So it looked at consolidating 5 systems together. As one of the things that come out of that, or one of the results of that initial study, was that the Luzerne County quit providing paratransit service directly, and that merged into LCTA, and the same thing happened up at Colts. Colts took over the county shared ride department. So there have been some benefits as a result of that. But that original study estimated savings, was well over $1 million of annual savings that could be achieved. And some of that would have to be scaled based upon those shared ride agencies already having been consolidated, and the Hazleton system, at least right now, not being considered as part of this. But I think you can save a significant amount of money, in hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, yes, and that's why I'd like to see that. If you can plug in the data there, it seems to be pretty straightforward. And it looks like that those two entities down there, yes, they merged the managerial component, but it seems like the unions didn't sign on because they're executed in two totally different operations there, it looked like in your presentation. Yeah. So, I'm guessing we probably run into the same thing here. So that would probably be a potential stumbling block. But at the same time, I'm not understanding why Hazleton is the table now. And again, this says, Mark Grable said Hazleton is the whipping boy. This is not a whipping situation. This is a chance to have economies of scale for the 3 entities, and also just to increase the ridership of the people that we serve. I mean, that's really ultimately what this is all about, right? Getting the people who don't have vehicle transportation to our industrial parks. We know we got people in the Drums area that come down to Wilkes-Barre, and we got people in Wilkes-Barre drive down Humboldt, or get rides somehow. So I don't know why we're not considering this if the big picture. I mean, you're the consultant, and I'm just asking you on behalf of the board, and I'm guessing the board is pushing this as well, to at least consider that option in the report going forward.
Yeah. So what I'd say is on that you know, that it's been studied in the past. I was directly involved in a lot of those discussions back when I was deputy secretary. I remember when I was deputy secretary playing it out as far as I could. The state can't force it to happen because it's locally controlled. And at that point in time, Hazleton, you know, was absolutely not interested in being part of a consolidation, and Lackawanna and Luzerne counties also weren't moving forward with a consolidation. And I think the board, let's speak for Mr. Chandra, but I think the board at LCTA felt like they ought to try to start with a piece and working with Colts, because probably the most of the benefits in terms of savings could be achieved by potentially merging with Colts. But I don't know if Mr. Chandra has any comments or thoughts on that as well.
Yes, and thank you, Toby. Thank you, Mr. Oz. I mean, basically, you know, just from a cost saving. I mean, it was apparent. It was apparent once we looked at some of the state studies, and we started to get into our own weeds of what was going on at LCTA, that there would be major savings from a fixed cost point of view. And I think, you know, politically, we began discussions with Coles, you know, from a very familiar type of setting, with the executive director up there as to their appetite, and Mr. McGinley was kind enough to go to Lackawanna County with us, and we began some at least preliminary discussions to see if there was some interest in there was and there is. Have we had any serious discussions with Hazleton? You know, I think there, you know, we've had the executive director at Coles is a Hazleton resident, and I know that he has some association up there, and that we're hoping that as we wade into this, as we get into it, and there's and we can show not only it's one thing to demonstrate the savings, but as you pointed out, how do we improve the ridership? How do we become a bigger resource to the industrial capacity and the industrial expansion within our county? I would think that we don't want to force anyone into it. We sort of want them to embrace it, that this whole thing definitely makes a lot of sense. And there is I think there will be major savings on the fixed side of it. On the variable side, I think if you look at Lackawanna and Luzerne County, you definitely see a lot of duplication of services. You see our buses passing Coles buses, whether they're going to the casino, et cetera. So there definitely is a duplication of routes that there would be some savings. So I think I would ask and I would employ the county council, give us the ability to begin the study, if that answers your question.
Well, only part, because you're speaking again. You're talking about some demonstrable savings there, but I don't see it in the presentation. And I think I just wish if you really wanted to sell us on this, to really put the numbers in the presentation now, before I don't want to see anybody going chasing unicorns on this. If I want to support this, I want to make sure that the parties are involved and they're on it. You say the director of Colts is a Hazleton resident, so can you reach out to Mr. Sharp, who's on this call? And you've got two folks, Bob Schnee and Chris Perry here. They're Hazleton residents, the area Chris was, but they're strong advocates, as we all are. But you've got a resource here on our Luzerne County Council. And yep. I'm just wondering, if we're going to put a lot of time and energy in this, let's see some demonstrable savings, and let's bring some people to the table. Let's get moving with this. We've been talking about it for years.
Well, definitely, and I appreciate that. But you know, from a just from one particular position. As you know, we have an interim director at LCTA. We have not. We continue with that interim director. So we have an open position for the executive director, and that's already $120,000 that we have done nothing with. So that for example is potential savings. Now, you know, if this is something from if to have, and Mr. Faber, I don't know, can we just pull some numbers together real quick and put them on a spreadsheet?
I think, you know, we have to make decisions about positions. So we can estimate that. I can go back to the original study. I can provide the original study, which showed which positions at the time were vacant and which ones where the potential savings would be. But just for example, you know, when you consolidate together, you've got to staff things appropriately, but you don't need 2 CEOs. You don't necessarily need 2 CFOs. You don't necessarily need 2 HR directors. You may need to have a staff person in HR to support, you know, an HR director in each location, but you don't necessarily have to have all those positions. And that's what those previous studies showed. So, I mean, I think if we want to provide stuff, I can get the original study data and share that, which will give you an idea of what was recommended then between LCTA and Colts. That would help to inform you where the potential savings could come from.
That would personally help me greatly, because again, this is a nice history lesson for the Southeast, but you know, you guys have the data. You sit on half of it. You know, LCTA, Mr. Sanders, you have all the data right there. Plug it in. So, hey, thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. McGowan?
Go ahead.
Mr. Shandrick, were you aware of the intermodal project in the Hazleton area? I mean, it's been numerous times in the standard speaker. I'd say 7 to 8 times over the last couple of years that this isn't imaginary money. This money's already been committed. I got a text from Mayor Casati, apologizes. He has a council meeting, but he'll definitely be on for next meeting. But he's informed me that the trim company from Texas has already started to build a compression natural gas fueling station on that site. And on December 2nd, the 500 feet of sewer work will start. He also commented that Hazel Township has a multimodal grant for paving the road for this project from Walmart to 309. And he's astounded that nobody on council knows of a $26 million project that's been in the works since 2016.
Mr. Snee, I was aware of it from reading in the newspaper, and you know, I don't know all the, you know, I'm not on the board up there, so I don't know all the inner workings, but I am aware of that, and I would think, and from what I understand, is that, you know, even if, and Toby, you could correct me on this, but even if it, you know, even with a consolidation, Hazleton still needs a garage. I believe their buses are now located in a private garage somewhere that's being worked on. So, you know, I think PennDOT in you know, in their infinite wisdom looked at this and appropriated this money for the fact that they still need a garage. And even if they entertained jumping into this study, you're still going to need a facility up in Hazleton. So I was aware of the appropriation on this because I read it in the newspaper like everyone else.
Someone else was trying to ask a question, I think. If not, Mr.
It's Walter.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Griffith.
Okay. First of all, forgive me for being a skeptic. We were promised the same thing with home rule. Some of the stuff that with this presentation was giving me severe flashbacks about what happened when we went home rule. Was we're going to consolidate, we're going to save people money, it's going to be a better government, all of this stuff that was promised to everybody. And we ended up growing government by $34 million. We have yet to consolidate bank accounts. The government is in worse shape now than it's ever been before. And we're talking about consolidating Colts with LCTA, yet we still have another transit system in Luzerne County that we haven't even discussed about making them a part of the discussion. And I really would like you to be really candid with us as council to why Hazleton does not want to join with the LCTA. What is the big stumbling block that we can't get Hazleton to the table to at least have a discussion to consolidate with LCTA? And why do we need a resolution? Are we looking for council to make a resolution to allow a study? Is that what we're looking for?
No, we're making a resolution to have a committee formed that would deal with the Lackawanna County people. So we just worked out some of the details, like Mr. Faber indicated. You have to decide on positions, possible vacant positions, whatever that might be, and potential savings. And then that committee would put a report together that would come back to the council and Lackawanna County people to make decisions.
So why is that a function of county council to tell you to go out and do a study of something that's within your authority's guidelines? I mean, we don't have any authority to say you guys can't do that. You're a separate authority under the county government.
Study, Mr. Griffith. We're asking for a discussion among people to come up with some details that then could be applied to a report, and then the study could be done by PennDOT or whomever to put the monies and the dollars or figures involved.
But they could do that without county council's approval. That's within their authority purview,
I don't
correct?
think they do it without knowing what positions and what potential savings and potential operation. When I say operations, I'm referring to the administrative side, not the direct operation side.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
It's Linda.
Yes.
Linda Hauk, I think that because it involves the formation of a new authority that would it would be like the parent authority, that the council would have to be involved because we are the only ones that can form a municipal authority. So my question for Mr. Faber is, we would not actually suppress the LCTA. We would just put a parent authority over it. That's a joint authority between the counties.
Correct. Well, that's how they set it up in Reading and Lancaster, and there's a reason why they did that. It allowed those independent authorities to continue to maintain and own their independent labor contracts, because trying to consolidate the labor contracts they found would be insurmountable. Because of the differences between the labor contracts. So they maintained the separation in the labor contracts and were able to achieve administrative savings by consolidating the administration together.
And then what happened when they went forward with the labor contracts? So once you had the parent authority, who did the negotiating at that point?
The management that was hired. So if we look back to, I'm not sharing my screen any longer, but
yes,
there you are.
Okay, good. So there was the slide here. This slide showed that the Lancaster Authority and the Reading Authority had hired that consolidated authority to provide management services. So that management service, or the manager and staff are negotiate the independent labor contracts. But the labor contracts legally are held independently by independent authorities. So there isn't a conflict then.
Okay, and were the same board members for each of those separate authorities? Were they now the new board members?
Yes.
It was the same board?
That's how they set it up. But they had a 5-member board from Reading that had to approve the labor contract in Reading, a 5-member board in Lancaster that had to approve the labor contract in Lancaster, but it's the same board members form the 10-member board to oversee administration.
Right. So then their savings is really in that management. I think you said that, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
That's where the primary savings will be. Right.
Savings are in management and in purchasing and other kinds of things like that where they could see benefits.
And where does the funding come in then? Does it come into those individual authorities or does it come into the parent authority?
The funding is still allocated at the state level to the independent authorities, and the same thing at the federal level. That was in the slides. We talked about the federal funding. So the federal funding comes into the MPO region. It has to be spent within the MPO region. So the funding doesn't crosswalk between the counties. It stays within those individual counties, but it just gets the management of it occurs by that management authority.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else?
I think I said one last question, Mr. Chair, if I can, for Mr. Fay.
Go ahead.
Just so when the state has its formulas for the matches, could you also provide that data too, Ms. Farber? Like, so, I understand it's like it deals with fleet size and staff levels. So how do we hit those benchmarks? Again, this is where all three institutions factor in together. If we can have better economies of scale, better service, why can't all three come together? So if we could have that to see the benchmarks, I think is what I'm really asking for.
Yeah, and what I can tell you is, and I'll also send this. I'm not sure who to send it to, but I can send it to Mr. McGinley or Mr. Pedri.
If you would send it here to the council office, we'll get it out to everybody.
PennDOT publishes an annual statistics report. So the last one was published in April of 2020. It was publishing the data from 1819, which is the most up-to-date data that they published. And in that report, it shows all the statistics that go into the operating formula and how the operating formula works. So it's published on their website, but I can send a link to that as well so you can find it. And then if you have questions about that, I think PennDOT can answer the specifics of it, but back when I was there, I created the report and started publishing the data while I was there. So,
okay,
I think that'll give you a lot of the information you're looking for, I think.
So, is there any way you could include Hazleton Transit in this study?
Mr. Griffith, I think you certainly can extend an invitation to Hazleton Transit. There's no reason not to do that. And hopefully,
can we put that in our resolution that we're going to pass?
Well, to extend them an invitation, sure.
No, to require them to get in the study.
I don't think we can require them, Mr. Griffith. That's not a county department; it's a city department.
And this is Mr. Chandrigan. Mr. Griffith, quite honestly, Harrisburg did this study 10 years ago, and as Mr. Faber pointed out, Harrisburg was not going to force anybody to do this unless they wanted to do it on their own. Would we welcome them into the study? Absolutely. But I don't know if we want to hold a gun to anyone's head to take to become part of the study, and that's up to you guys as well. So.
Okay. If you'd send that information forward, Mr.
I will, sir.
Chandra, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure, we'll probably have some more questions or requests for information, and we'll keep that going back and forth so we can get what we need so we can hopefully move forward with some action here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Yep, absolutely. Bearing that in mind, since we went through that discussion, we have another discussion coming up. Manager Pedri, would you want to speak to the Luzerne County Action Plan?
Sure. The Luzerne County Action Plan, I'll turn it over to Mr. Longmore from the Conservation District to fill in councils what's going on with that.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Pedri. Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection has approached multiple county level entities, the county planning office, the administration, county council, Luzerne Conservation District,
and asked us to consider taking on a process of developing what they call a countywide action plan. And it's to help implement the Pennsylvania watershed implementation plan for the Chesapeake Bay. And what that is Pennsylvania's plan to meet the requirements that has been placed on them from the federal level. And those requirements are the overarching requirements that have caused all kinds of changes in approaches to water quality, including everything from increased grant funding sources to changes to the MS4 permits to changes to DEP and creation of a new Chesapeake Bay office and so on and so forth. Over the past, we're going on about 10 years now that this effort has been going on. So anyway, DEP in their plan that they are writing at the in order to identify to EPA how they're going to meet these requirements that the federal entities have placed upon them, have identified that one of their plans is to approach county level entities and ask them to do a voluntary countywide action plan. This is completely separate from any of the mandates that have come down in other areas, like permitting changes and permitting mandates for stormwater, for example, changes that have been made to the development permits for erosion and sediment control and such, changes that the program made in the past to try to require or to implement additional inspections and regulatory requirements on farming operations and such. Those are all separate parts of the entire Chesapeake Bay effort that Pennsylvania is approaching. This stands apart from it, these countywide action plans. These are separate plans that would be developed on a local level, engaging local stakeholders to develop this voluntary plan of essentially the way we look at it. I think the way that it was most helpful when DEP explained it to me was we're essentially developing a wish list of conservation projects that we, the Conservation District, perhaps county departments, perhaps municipalities, nonprofit organizations, and even private institutions and even private developers perhaps would be interested in developing this list of projects that we would implement or we would at least pursue on the local level. And in doing so, we'd be improving our own local water quality. We'd be taking care of projects that is on all these different entities' lists, kind of planned and intended projects to be done in the future. We'd be prioritizing them, and in doing so, then the end result, the end product, would be this collaborative effort of all these stakeholders coming up with this list. DEP has committed to provide us with technical assistance from their Chesapeake Bay office, as well as the Susquehanna River Basin Commission, and I believe folks from EPA as well, to help us put numbers on the practices that we'd be proposing. And then DEP would be able to use those numbers in their overall plan as they cumulatively add up all the individual countywide action plans to meet the overall Pennsylvania goals for reducing pollutants to the Chesapeake Bay. And the pollutants we're talking about here are the nutrients and sediments, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment, focusing mostly on nitrogen and phosphorus. So DEP began these meetings a few months ago. A few members of council had been involved, the Conservation District, some people from my board of directors as well, county planning, members of the administration, and then DEP's representatives from both the regional office and the central Chesapeake Bay office. And been moving along in this process to start this effort. Early on in the discussions, we kind of, the local steering committee kind of decided amongst ourselves that it would make most sense probably for my agency, the Conservation District, to take the lead as the lead county level point of contact for this effort, because a lot of the work that that we would be looking at doing are the kinds of things we already do here at the Conservation District. Clean water and soil conservation are the core components of our mission. So it made sense for us to look into taking on that lead effort. But we would just be the main point of contact among this local steering committee group. And so my board of directors did vote to approve the Conservation District's involvement in this process as long as we had concurrence from county leadership. And so that's the request that we were bringing to the county council. Is council agreeable to starting this process, and the Conservation District being the lead point of contact for the effort locally?
Okay. Mr. Pedri, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Longmore. I think this is the first step of a long process. I think that the Conservation District would be the perfect location to take the lead on this process. Obviously, any sort of final decision has to go in front of county council. So the county council would be making the final determinations on any of this. This is only the first start of the plan. I would ask that a member of the county council be part of the Clean Water Committee with the Conservation District. I think that's a good opportunity to get that input. Maybe that person could update council like once a month, like we would do other committees. I would recommend it, and I would want to bring it before council. I think I have the authority as the county manager to say, hey, this is what we're doing. This is where we're going to go forward with it. But I wanted to discuss with county council first to get your ideas. So there you go.
Okay. Questions? Questions?
Well, it's Linda Houck. I think it sounds great, and I think that the Conservation District is the appropriate place, and you guys do great work already. So I say full speed ahead.
Okay. Anyone else?
It's Walter, Mr. McGinley. Josh, as you know, I was on most of those calls. The concern that I have is how much money does the DEP decide that in 2025 they're going to give us in grant money to perform our wish list? Do you remember what that number was? How many millions of dollars they have that they're supposedly going to allocate for our wish list after we develop our plan?
I don't think that they actually gave us any kind of specific numbers. And if you read their planning guide, they talk about pulling together funding sources, both federal and state. And also part of their phase 3 statewide plan is to pursue more funding through the legislature, to ask the legislature for more funding. So right now, there's not just one big pot of money that once we write the plan, they're going to start divvying out money from that pot. But rather, part of the planning process is going to be listing those projects and then saying, okay, number one, is there existing funding sources that we could apply for these projects? Number two, if there are no currently available funding sources, then we'd have to that's part of the process, is identifying those holes so that the state DEP can advocate with the legislature to provide more funding, or to go to the feds, who are ultimately the ones holding DEP responsible for the implementation of the plan, to go to them and request more funding, maybe through the Chesapeake Bay program. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah. So as a trying to draw a finer point to this for members of council and members of the public that are listening, we have $1 million allocated in grant money right now that they're going to divide $100,000 for plan coordinators at this moment, which they will sit down and devise a plan with the steering committees to identify places where we're going to clean up the Chesapeake Bay waterways in ways that we're going to reduce nitrous and phosphorus. That's the ultimate goal, and that's supposed to be all done by 2025, if I remember correctly on the plan. So the plan coordinator, which would be the Conservation District, will sit down and work with the stakeholders and draw up a plan. Once we get that plan done, we don't know if there's going to be any money to do anything with it. So we may spend 3 years or 4 years from now working on ideas and wish lists and have no funding for it. Is that an accurate assumption?
Well, we may not have full funding for it, but there are currently programs out there that do fund these kinds of projects. And I see one of the benefits, what's in it for us locally. I think one of the benefits is to get everybody locally, all the stakeholders together to talk about what they're doing and where they're pursuing funds right now for the kind of work they're doing, and maybe more efficiently attack projects and collectively come up with ways to prioritize those funds. So it's not that there's no funding out there, but you're right that there's not nearly, right now, there are not dedicated sources that would fund the entire wish list that I'm sure that we would end up coming up with. However, like I said, DEP has indicated that this list will then become a priority for funding. So what I understand is happening in some of the first tier counties that completed their plans last year is now when, for example, a conservation group puts in an application for growing greener grant funds, they first take that application and they see if it was on that prioritized list. And if it was, then it ranks higher than an application that wouldn't have been on that prioritized list. And the goal would be, and as you know, Walter, we put together a significant list of potential stakeholders that we, once, if we have council's blessing to move forward on this, we would reach out to many, many stakeholders. And the intention is to include everyone who does this kind of work or has a vested interest in this kind of work, so that we make sure we don't leave anyone out.
Well, the only fear that I have is, and everybody knows the wound is still open on the stormwater fee. Right. The wound is still, and it's still bleeding. I mean, there's still people that are hurting seriously over that stormwater fee. And so my concern is, if the DEP is trying to sell us on cleaning up the Chesapeake Bay, and we're going to put this program together in all earnest to do a wish list, and they're saying, well, you know what, quite honestly, we'll give you the money to do some of these things, but we may not have it all, but we'll give you what we can, or we'll try and get funding. We all have seen that movie on this council of what the state will provide for this county regarding any kind of funding, and we've gotten nickel nothing for the stormwater fee. Nickel nothing. The people are paying over, I think it's like $9 million in this county towards the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority to clean up the Chesapeake Bay for an MS4 program that the DEP provides nothing for us. Nothing. We get no relief. And so now they want us to take to a county action plan together, and with an idea that by 2025 we may have a list together. And if we have a list and it's going to be $100 million to clean up the Chesapeake Bay, and DEP says, well, you know what, it's really nice of you to come up with that list. We only have 50 million. Where's the other 50 million going to come from? We're not going to do the stuff that we're going to do, or are we going to go after the people again down the road for more money? I just think it's disingenuous for DEP to come to us, and I've been on these calls, and I've mentioned this on the calls as well. I think it's disingenuous for the state and the federal government to jump on a call and have the chutzpah, and Sheila knows what that means, to have the chutzpah to go and tell us that would. Thank you for the correction on that. My Jewish is a little rusty, but it's Yiddish. It's just, to me, disconcerting that they would do that, because quite honestly, there's people that can't even afford to pay the stormwater fee, and we're getting zero sympathy from DEP or from the federal government. And this is going to be a real problem when we decide to put a countywide action plan in, and they're going to divvy out $100,000 to draw up a plan. And somewhere along the line, I just have a funny feeling the state's going to say, well, we appreciate you coming up with the ideas, and Josh and the Conservation District did a lot of work, but there's no funding because the governor or whoever decided they're going to spend it somewhere else. And we're going to spend an awful lot of time, and then the Chesapeake Bay is going to then in turn come after the county and start levying lawsuits against the counties saying, you guys are not doing your fair share to clean up the Chesapeake Bay. And the foundation will come after us, just like they will every other time. So I have some concerns. I think it's a great project. I just would like to have some more concrete ideas from how we're going to fix the stormwater fee. That's the big issue for me, is how are we going to get rid of the stormwater fee? Where's the DEP going to weigh in on that to help the people? Because they're going to pay twice. And that's my fear. And that's why I wanted council to get buy-in on the whole thing, because I'm just concerned about down the road, 3 years from now, when we devise this plan, what's going to happen and where's the funding going to come from? Because they have yet to tell us that on these calls, that they're going to guarantee us $100 million somewhere for funding. They've said we'll provide what we can, but we all know how the state works. When they say we'll provide you what we can, it usually ends up being zero or a negative number. So I'm really concerned about that, and at the risk of not cleaning up the Chesapeake Bay, which I don't think is an option. I think we all have an obligation to make clean water our first priority, without a doubt. But I think the state has an obligation to pony up their share of the money to help us do that. And I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers to get hit with more burden if that ever happens. So that's my only concern.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr.
This is a rare moment indeed, because I absolutely agree with Walter 100%.
It's happening.
Every meeting we're here.
Yes.
People complaining about the stormwater tax. And I think if they saw in the paper that we did a buy-in to a related cause for the Chesapeake Bay, they'd go crazy, because they have no assistance with this tax. They've done everything they can, and they've just gotten no relief. So I have a great deal of hesitancy, even though I know it's the right thing to do, clean water, the environment. I'm a strong environmentalist, but this is really hurting some of our taxpayers very badly, significantly. And we will hear from Mr. Manta, I know, tonight, when we have public comment, because it's a big concern, and it has been a concern to him since he came in here with those signs, stop the stormwater tax. So I think we have an obligation, unless we know how these people can have some relief from this tax, that we're going to hurt the name of the county. The council.
Anyone else?
This is Leanne.
Yes, go ahead.
I agree. Well said too, Sheila, and definitely is a worry that we're going to get ourselves into something that we're going to have to owe. So my concerns are the same. So if we could get something a little bit more about what kind of money would be funded, it's going to be a hard thing to try to sell, and especially to answer to our constituents about. So I would like a little more information on that.
Could I jump in, Mr. McGinley, quickly? Dave Pedri here.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Pedri. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just so everybody's clear, this is a completely separate thing from the stormwater fee. This is a separate issue from the stormwater fee. I understand you hear the word stormwater, and I'm the same way. As soon as you hear the word stormwater or Chesapeake Bay or anything to do with it, everybody's like, I hate the stormwater fee, and I get that, and everybody understands that. What we're doing here tonight has nothing to do with that. This is a separate conversation. All we're asking to do tonight is to say, hey, the Conservation District should start the process of getting a plan together for clean water. That's it. That's all we're doing. And the final plan will go in front of County Council. It's not a mandate in any way, shape, or form. It's not a fee in any way, shape, or form. There's no cost to the county taxpayers in any way, shape, or form. The Conservation District, who does great work every single day with their director, Josh Longmire, who I've been impressed with in my time as county manager, who's going to move forward with this process. We'll put together a plan. If the plan works, great. It's going to be good for Luzerne County, good for Pennsylvania. If it doesn't, so be it. But you will have the final say before we do anything. So before you come with any concerns on stormwater fees or constituents or putting up signs, that's not what this is. Let's be clear on that. Am I right on that, Josh? I mean, am I overstating my position here?
No, I appreciate that distinction. I mean, we certainly understand the concern. The Conservation District Board has taken strong stances in the past about not wanting to bring any more state or federal mandates down upon the residents of Luzerne County, taxpayers of Luzerne County. In fact, I alluded to changes that had happened even before the stormwater fee or the permits, the MS4 permit requirements that came down, that were trying to push us into the direction of changing the way we deal with farmers. We provide technical assistance to farmers, and we pursue grant funding to help them put conservation practices on the ground. And these are the kind of projects we'd be listing in this plan, is the kind of projects we've always been doing. A few years back, DEP came to us and said, look, we're changing a contract that we have with you, and now we want you to start inspecting farms and checking them and regulating them instead of providing technical assistance. Our board of directors made the hard decision to tell DEP they can have their money. We were backing out of the contract that we had held for 15 years before that, because we were not going to bring those burdens upon the farmers. And so thankfully, the USDA stepped in and allowed us to continue providing technical services and pursuing federal grant farm bill funds to help that kind of an effort. So we made very clear in these early conference calls with DEP that we had no interest at all in engaging in any kind of a process that would bring any additional mandates upon the citizens of Luzerne County or any additional burdens upon taxpayers, and that we would not even pursue it if that was the case. And they assured us this is completely separate from those permitting programs. Those are a whole different arm of DEP that regulates those permit programs. This is another entity that is another division within DEP that is coordinating these planning efforts. And they assured us that these were all voluntary plans and they would not obligate us to anything. It would just help us to prioritize projects and get the stakeholders together so that we are working more efficiently and effectively towards conservation on the local level. So yeah, that's really where we are. I think it's important to stress this has nothing to do with the MS4. We would have nothing to do with it at the Conservation District if it did anything like that. We see this as a benefit. We're hopeful. We're going to bring WBSA into the group and the municipalities and everyone else, and we're going to say, tell us what you're doing. What are you doing on the MS4 side? Maybe there's some voluntary efforts. We could pursue other grant funding to help offset some of those costs. We don't know yet. This is the first step. We have to get that planning process rolling, and we have to bring people to the table who have never sat together at the table to talk about these things before on the local level. We've all kind of been doing our own thing. So the planning effort will help us get together and hopefully become much more efficient and maybe head down a path where we can start dealing with some of these problems from the past.
And quite honestly, Josh, I understand, but I disagree with the idea that it's separate. The whole idea of this action plan is to reduce phosphorus and nitrous. That's the whole idea. And the whole idea of the MS4 program is to do the same thing. I think it's redundant. To some regards, I think it's redundant. And I understand the point that you're making that, that the Conservation District has nothing to do with the regulatory or permits. And I get all that, and I appreciate that stance. And I know that's where you were standing. My concern is that if the state has that kind of money to throw at devising this county action plan, why don't they throw it to the county to try and help the citizens of this county to eliminate some of the MS4 burden that they have to pay? That's my concern. I get the fact they're both the same. They're both, the target is still the same, is to reduce the phosphorus and nitrous and pollutants that are going to the Chesapeake Bay. That is exactly the target, and that's the target of the MS4 program. There's no difference here. The difference is one is regulated and mandated by a sewer authority that's taxing the people or feeing the people, I should say, and the other one is a voluntary program. So the other question that I want you to address is what happens if the county decides not to participate in the voluntary? It's a voluntary program, so we have the option to say yes, we'll participate, or no, we won't. If we won't, what happens to the program for Luzerne County if we decide not to? It'll go to Schuylkill and the other three, correct?
Well, no, I don't know what would happen if we say we're not going to put together our own local plan. But they do what the reference of working with it's Susquehanna, Lackawanna, and Luzerne together that grouped us together to go after a grant that they would provide funding for a coordinator that would help us write this grant. So they're just putting us together in order to provide. They've divided up the funding they have to write these plans into $100,000 segments, and they've on the tier 3 and tier 4 counties, and we're tier 4. They are putting them in groups of 2s and 3s to provide those grant funds to hire coordinators who will write these plans. And if we didn't, then DEP would have to divide up the funds differently than that current proposed partnership for the grant application.
Yeah, and we need an answer to that sooner rather than later, right? Because their grant window is closing.
December 14th is when the grant window closes. Yeah.
So we have to actually vote on this next on the first.
I don't think.
Well, actually, this is a council vote.
Oh, it's not a vote for council.
No.
No, this is my authority as county manager to point or not. But before I did that, I wanted to get your thoughts and input on it.
So council doesn't get to say thumbs up or thumbs down at all. It's all up to the administration. So why did we just spend? And I understand we want to get the council to understand what we're doing, but we really don't have a say one way or the other, correct?
But we also hopefully will have representation.
What's our say?
And also we would have the final say on the plan, so it'd be very helpful to have someone there as part of that group who could keep us updated and maybe can be considered as far as different projects or whatever. So we would have our eyes and ears, so to speak, as part of that.
Are they using county resources? Josh, are we going to be using planning and zoning and any county resources in this plan?
No. I mean, I'll assign assistance if they need assistance, but this is a conservation district will be leading the way.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much
for all the information. If we, what will be on the voting session will be that we'll have a committee member from the county council to be part of that committee that will deal with working on the plan and working with the consultant so that we can have our eyes and ears as part of that committee and be able to update the council as necessary, because that plan will come back to council when it's up and running and completed.
So I was misunderstanding then. I thought the whole point of the meeting was so council could say we approve of this project or we don't. That's what I thought the whole point.
You're going to have approval of the plan, and you won't eventually. Yes, you will have approval of the plan.
So we don't have to tell Josh he can go ahead and proceed or not. That's not our call.
Part of the day-to-day, and the county manager has that authorities.
That's what the whole holdup was on the whole proposal for the grant money, was we were waiting for someone to tell Josh on the call that it was okay to proceed, and we didn't get that. So I don't understand.
I'm happy to. I'm gonna write him a letter. I'm gonna write him a letter tomorrow. I'm gonna write him a letter tomorrow to move forward.
Okay.
Why didn't you write the letter 2 weeks ago?
Because I wanted to sit down with county council and get your thoughts. I don't understand. Like sometimes you guys are upset when I don't bring things to you. I do bring things to you. I'm happy to get your thoughts on this. I appreciate your input, and I'm going to write a letter to him tomorrow based upon this conversation, tell him to move forward. And you guys will have the final decision on the plan. No matter what decision the final decision is, you guys will have a final decision on the plan. We're just going to have the conservation district start the process.
But we won't get the plan until 2025, right?
I'm not sure when you get the plan.
The plan, whenever the plan is completed, it will come to council. That'll be up to whoever's working on the plan with the consultant.
Right, that's the target date, right, Josh? 2025.
No, the plan will be start working on the plan as soon as the coordinator's on board, and they say it's going to be a 7 or 8 month process until we have a completed plan. So probably in the fall there would be a completed plan. But as Mr. McGinley said, by all means, we need to have council. We'd love to have council involvement as one of the main stakeholders in this whole discussion. So, as you've been involved up to this point, steering committee, we'd love to have continued involvement from council.
So what happens in 6 or 8 months when you come to council and we don't approve the plan? What happens then? Hypothetically.
I don't know. DEP hasn't approached that possibility with us.
So we'll spend a lot of time, your time and effort, if council won't approve it. Is basically what will happen. Right?
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is just one statement, please. This is Chris.
Go ahead, Mr. Perry. I'm sorry.
Just want to make a quick statement, Josh. Just thanks for all your work you guys do. I didn't realize what a great job that you're doing. And thanks for tell your board for sticking up against DEP and sticking up for the taxpayers. I mean, you did a great job, and I'm all for moving forward. You guys do a great job and continue doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Josh, it's Sheila Sageman. Who are the other stakeholders that you want at the table?
Well, the list of stakeholders for the overall planning process, it's going to be divided up into kind of different interests. There'll be an agricultural group, there'll be a developer group, there'll be a municipality group, probably municipal authorities group. So there's going to be these different groups that are identified, and in each of those groups, we're going to try to get essentially representatives from every entity that would have interests in those things. So, for example, on the agricultural side, we're going to invite the Federal Department of Agriculture representatives here locally. We're going to invite the Luzerne County Farm Bureau. We're going to invite Penn State Cooperative Extension, the Farm Service Agency. Anybody who's got a hand or an interest in each of those groups, we're going to invite those folks. And we've got a list. I'm not sure. I should have counted the number, but I think it's at least 100 people that we would be inviting to be involved in those stakeholder lists. And we don't want to leave anyone out. If anyone has suggestions of someone who would make sense to be on this list, by all means, we'd be happy to hear that name and send an invitation out to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Josh. In light of the time, and we have a budget presentation that we have to complete this evening. Looking back at the monthly budget reports, Mr. Sweats has provided those. Anyone have any questions in that regard? Mr. Sweats.
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I asked Mr. Sweats about a grant that came from a company from that CTCL, I believe was the acronym from it, and that money was received. That money was received by the county, $173,000. I'm just curious to know who wrote the grant, what was the conditions of the grant, and did we have to make a budget amendment for that revenue that came in, because that was obviously a grant that came in that was not budgeted, correct?
Mr. Sweats?
Yeah, I'll take this
question.
Yep. So this grant was filled out, and we have the documentation from purchasing. So purchasing in communication with elections, we received a little bit over $172,000. The grant can be used for effects in election day administration. So some of those things are in-person polling places, early votings, educating voters, recruiting. So you saw we had a new machine to sort, and one of the processes that we've been going through is sorting the different grants. So as you know, we had a COVID, we didn't know what funding source we were going to get, and we got the CARES grant, which is our $28.6 million, and then we got this grant for Tech and Civic Life. So my team's been going through based on really two things. Number one, the due dates, because they all don't end on 12/31 of this year. Some go into future years. And number two, we obviously can't take credit for something in more than one program. So kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Urban asked before, when you add up all those COVID lines, the 500,000, this COVID, we need to go through meeting county administration, budget, and finance and say, this machine needs to go to the CARES grant. This machine needs to go to the Tech and Civic Life grant. So that's the process we're going through right now in November, because just like the big CARES 28 million, all these need to be done verified, have receipts, and be charged to a program before the end of the year.
Well, much like we did with the CARES grant money, we approved that into a line item. What revenue line item was this tech money put into?
When it first came in, I believe, and again, this was in November, so like probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it's not in the report you have today. I believe it was in elections, other income. In talking with the state, I believe we moved it to elections, other grants, because it's a grant. One of the reasons we did not come in front of council was because this was after October 15th and before the end of the year. The CARES money came in July. We have no problem coming in front of council. We've done it in the past. But for something that we just get the money in November to go through 3 meetings and add to a budget for a year that's going to end in 1 month, we didn't feel was fruitful. So again, it's the timing. We weren't trying to hide anything. And we're going through and breaking down the different sources of COVID funding.
So, but what, isn't there conditions of that? I mean, obviously the conditions is you have to use it for election related stuff, but didn't somebody have to apply for that grant, or they just decide they were going to send it to Luzerne County?
No, you have to apply for the grant. So that, like I said, that went through a collaboration of, I believe the grants writer was involved. I know purchasing was involved. Obviously elections had to be involved. I am not, I obviously receive the income. My department receives the income. I don't apply for the grants. I got a copy from purchasing from Mr. Zolkowski. So I have a copy of the grant. That's how I knew we got it. Plus we received the physical check. I believe it was November 4th or 5th. So that was my recollection of the process. Every grant, whether it cares or not, does not go through our office. But again, since it's something that's received that isn't $10, so if we're getting $173,000 or $1 million, yes, we know about it. So I have the documentation, the PDF file Mr. Zolkowski sent me. We applied for it. I'm sure the grant writer had some work to do with it. I'm sure administration, probably the manager, signed off on it. So and we're going through the expenses. So yeah, there's conditions, and that's what I read to you is some of the expenses. Our job now is to make sure that we use the money to the proper program. So if something can be used this year, let's use it this year. If a pot of money expires on 12/31, if something can go past this year, even if it's 2 or 3 months, let's not use that pot of money and use the one that's more beneficial and save that grant for a future period. And that's what my team's actively going through now and will be from now until the end of the year.
Yeah, there was an interest. The reason I raised the issue about the CTCL was that there was an interesting article out in the Weisbarth page about Zuckerberg from Facebook and CTCL getting together to write this, to allocate these monies to quote unquote left-leaning Democratic counties. And it said they left nothing to chance, writing detailed conditions into their grants that dictated exactly how elections were to be conducted, down to the number of ballot drop boxes and polling places. So I was a little bit concerned about the fact that they sent money to Luzerne County for some reason, and if either we did apply for it or we didn't apply for it, I don't know what. But it'd be really interesting to know that if I could get a copy, or you could send it to council, a copy of the grant conditions of that money that came from CTCL. It'd be very interesting to see what the requirements were in order to get that money. Did they mandate to Luzerne County ballot drop boxes? Did they mandate to the county how we're supposed to conduct our election? Was all that?
Yeah, I'll provide the document to council. They said I'll get the PDF for you. My understanding was not to that level. So it did talk about, maintaining in-person polling places. This was, again, not that you had to do it, that was one of the things that you can get reimbursed for. So there's just items that you can get reimbursed for. It does not say you have to do it. It does not say, and this is actually from the webpage where I read, educate voters, voting training, in-person voting. So those are some of the things that are eligible. But as you know, some of our other grants that's eligible for too. So that's what we're going through. To my knowledge, no, it did not go into that detail. But again, my office doesn't apply for the grant. But I'll certainly send over what I have, the PDF.
Okay, but we can't. So just so I understand, you said we can't, if we're getting money for the CARES fund to do certain things in elections, can we also use this money from the CTCL at the same time for the same purpose?
No, so that's what, and that was, I'm glad to have a bunch of sources, and I'm glad to have money available. As everyone on council knows, getting federal and or state money is always a fight. But now we're sitting down saying what pot of money, because we could only claim once. You can't say, I sent out extra ballots, or I sent out additional postage, or I had in-person polling, and claim that under 4 different grants. You need to say, I'm claiming this under the CARES grant. I'm claiming this under this grant. And that's what our office is going through. And
Okay.
each of those have
If you
different
could provide that information, Mr. Sweat, maybe that'll help to clarify it.
Yeah, the only, like I said, the only concern that I have is it was $173,000, and I appreciate the fact that we ended up with $173,000. But this organization that sent us the money, if you look at some of the news articles about that organization, probably not one of our better stellar organizations from what I see, from what I've read so far. So those were my concerns, but I appreciate you helping me out and understanding that, Brian.
Anybody else? If not, if you have other questions, please forward them and make sure that Mr. Sweats gets you back some information. Looking at number
my only
2.
question, Mr. Chair, if I could just real quickly on that too.
Which, Mr. Haas?
Walter was just talking about that.
Go ahead.
That grant.
Go ahead.
I mean, Michelle writes the grants, but I don't know I don't think she always manages the grants either, right? Would that be Mark Zukowski then, Brian, that would manage the grant? You gotta go through compliance and stuff, but they cut us a check. It looks like on the day after the election, so we met we met whatever hurdles we had to jump over.
You had to apply by October 15th. That I know. Again, this is stuff that I read today because this was not a grant that I was up on until we got money. We were actually trying to figure out what we got the money for. So purchasing had to apply by the 15th. It had to be signed. You had to apply, and then obviously we got the money. So whatever documentation we have in the PDF for the application, I can get from Mr. Zolkowski and send that over. Just like any audit, we just provide the information. So the PDF, I'll be more than happy to share. I'll get it from Mr. Zolkowski.
Thank you.
Okay. Looking at number 2, there's a listing of properties in the repository where we have people who are interested in purchasing them. We've done this in the past. If there's any questions in regards to that listing, please forward those questions and we'll get the answers. Okay.
Mr. McGinley, the only question I have on those repositories is, and I don't know if Ms. McDermott has a real estate committee meeting coming up. I haven't looked at the calendar lately, but I would really like to see us address that, because there's a person on that list that's buying multiple properties and he owns no property in the county at all. And I would like to see the county do a little bit more due diligence on people that want to buy property for $500 to find out if we could get some sort of intent from them. And I know that's really hard to say, but if we could say to somebody, why do you want to buy this property? It would be helpful rather than having us buy property just to put it on an asset sheet. But there's probably 6 or 7 properties on that list, all to one person. And that person, if you look on the real estate page, he owns no property in this county. So, it just bothers me that we're giving property away for $500 to people who are just coming in here to scoff them up. So maybe I could get that when Ms. McDermott has.
Obviously, that's a question for the real estate committee if they're going to change the procedures. And as you well know, Mr. Griffith, they've gone through many sales prior to ending up the repository. So other people have had opportunities throughout several different times to purchase that property.
Why? What did she do?
Down to council committees, if there's any information, please provide that. Otherwise, like I said, we know we have a budget presentation that we have to get through. Mr. Vo on the Act 13?
No new update.
Nothing. ABCs, Mr. Perry?
Next Wednesday, December 1st, December 2nd, 6 o'clock.
Okay. The budget finance audit, asked Mr. Sweats to contact our auditors to see if we can get a meeting set up. I think I said look at the 3rd of December and the 10th of December, which would be prior to the election inquiry committee. So we would set it up 4:30, 5 o'clock sometime in that time so that we wouldn't interfere with the election inquiry group. Legislative, Mr. Haas?
Yeah, nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. McDermott?
no meeting set, nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Howe?
Elections inquiry will meet next Thursday, not on Thanksgiving, and nothing on the other committees.
Thank you. Under the council related, Mr. Haas, blighted property.
Nothing there either, sir.
And county cares, Mr. Vo.
Nothing to report. Thanks.
Okay. Riverfront Parks and Plains Township, there's been no information, no context since we discussed this last one, brought it up this one. So now we're at operational services, and Mr. O'Neill, you have the floor.
All right, Neil O'Neill, Director of Operational Services. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Operations Services team, I'd like to thank the members of the council for their time in reviewing and considering the proposed 2021 division budget. Before we jump into a departmental level summary of our proposed budget, I would like to commend the department heads for their diligent work in managing the 2020 budget, as well as their preparation of the proposed 2021 budget you have before you this evening. I would like to make a quick note that in looking over our budget over the last 3 years, that we actually from 2019 to 2020 decreased the general fund burden by approximately $20,000, and from 2020 to 2021 increased it $49,000, netting over the 2 years approximately $30,000, or less than 1% of our expenditures. So I think that speaks to the efforts that have been made by our department heads in keeping very tight control over their expenditures and monitoring their budgets closely. At this time, with your permission, I would like to ask our department heads respectively in departmental number order to go through the noted deviations that we have prepared for you. I would like to begin by introducing our Executive Director, our newly appointed Director of Planning and Zoning, Matt Jones, to take you through our planning and zoning budget.
Okay, Mr. Jones, if you would begin with the summary sheets, please. After you go through the summary sheets, we may have some questions, please. Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Your microphone. Chair, we're having difficulty with the second station we had set up, so I'm going to have Mr. Jones sit in here.
Okay.
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that introduction. I have the budget threshold deviation worksheet in front of you here for Planning and Zoning Department. The first item here, well, first of all, let me just quickly glom over the figures at the top. The adopted revenue in 2020 for the department was $821,600. The adopted expenses for that year were $877,964. The proposed revenue figures for this coming year are $607,750, and the proposed expenses total for 2021 for planning and zoning is $747,549. So looking at the revenue lines, starting with 40530, that's our subdivision and land development fee revenue stream that comes in. There is going to be a 19% change in that line, and this is the anticipated increase that we expect in proposed developments. We think the pace of development in the county will accelerate when the pandemic subsides this coming year due to a backlog of intended projects and new warehousing development pressures. The next line is related to that line. Revenue line 40536 is for zoning application fees. and this is adjusted due to a trending pattern that we've seen. We think that activity will be increased next year, and this is a more accurate figure based on trending patterns. Next revenue line is 435.30. This is a grant that we anticipate coming in from the Pennsylvania State Department of Community and Economic Development. This is a grant application you recently authorized us to make application for, and we recently received our award letter, which is great news. Last year we had anticipated applying for a grant of $125,000. We were then later told by the state government that that money was not going to be available. It was going to be repurposed for COVID, you might remember, and that we were looking to receive $87,500 instead was likely to be our award. And the good news is we were awarded that grant, the lion's share of that grant. We ended up getting $85,000 in the award letter announcement. So we anticipate getting close to this figure. It looks like there's a decrease year to year, but that's really not what's happening here. This is a good news story where we have revenues coming in from the state that will help defray the costs of a state mandated comprehensive plan effort that we're undertaking. The next revenue line you can see here is 435.34 for PEMA. This line from year to year is being zeroed out on purpose. This represented the conduit for our reimbursements from the state and federal government for work on our hazard mitigation plan, which you'll remember was recently completed. So we don't anticipate any new work on the hazard mitigation plan next year, and that's why the budget's being proposed to be zeroed out. Revenue line 440.36 is, its name is called technical study. Really what this is it is a contracted amount. This is a 100% pass-through fund that comes to us from the Federal Transit Administration. It is passed through PennDOT, and then it is passed from PennDOT to Luzerne County, and then it is passed forward onto Luzerne County Transit Authority, LCTA. So this is a fixed amount in our contract, and the difference from year to year is reflective of the fact that last year my predecessor had anticipated us recouping some high levels of funding for back work we had performed for PennDOT in passing through these funds. That full amount of reimbursement was never materialized. We are looking to continue to recoup those funds, and we just received word this week that we have our latest installment of funds coming back to us from PennDOT that are being awarded for work that we do for transportation planning in the county with PennDOT. So this is another good news item, even though it looks like it's a decrease year to year. These are continued funds that we are receiving from PennDOT to support our transportation planning work in the county. And we anticipate getting this additional $30,000, some odd $30,000 next fiscal year. So if you flip the page to page 2, the last two revenue lines are listed as 440.38 highway. This is also similarly money that's passed us through PennDOT. This is money that is provided to us from the Federal Highway Administration, and similarly it's money that we are recouping for work that we have already performed for transportation planning work. We are expecting a figure of $166,000 some odd dollars to come in next year for that work reimbursement. And the last line here is revenue line 445.10. This is other income. This is some planning and zoning fee revenue that comes in, but the lion's share of this anticipated amount for next year, the total being at $29,750, is monies that are going to come from Lackawanna County to reimburse us for work that we are performing on the comprehensive plan. And it's a bi-county plan that we perform with them. And so the lion's share of work on the comprehensive plan has been conducted during this calendar year in 2020. And some of the work will continue and will be, we anticipate, wrapped up in the first half of next year, 2021. So that's why there's this appearance of a decrease from year to year. the positive on this is that work is well underway, and I would say we are perhaps 2/3 of the way through that work project. So if there are no questions, I'll move right along to the expenses line. I suppose I could take questions at the end if there are any, but
Questions at the end.
okay. And so moving right along, there's the expense lines here to wrap up this page. 550.15 is other contractual services. This is our biggest expense line. The expense we anticipate will go down from year to year. The bulk of, again, like I said, the bulk of our comprehensive plan work and transportation plan work and the whole of the hazard mitigation plan work that we conducted this year, most of that work was conducted this year. So next year, we anticipate much less work on those huge projects to occur. And that's why there's less money we anticipate going out of our department to pay consultant fees for consultants that are helping us produce those deliverables. The next line you'll see here is expense line 550.18. This is for engineering and architectural consultant fees that we pay out to outside consultants who help us provide engineering expertise when we're reviewing land development plans. This will go up slightly, we anticipate, and this corresponds to revenue line 405.30. We anticipate there being a busier year next year in terms of land development in Luzerne County. Again, if the pandemic subsides, we think that a backlog of activity, there'll be a break in the logjam, and so we think some of these revenues and expenses will go up in tandem. 550.32 printing. This will go down a little bit. This is a decrease due to trending figures. I was proposing this in an effort to look to save money for the county. I only think we need this amount, and so that's why we only asked for this amount. 550.55. There's a 100% decrease in this item. It's really was just a $400 figure from last year. I couldn't figure out what my predecessor had been looking to use this money for. It was supposedly to rent some kind of machinery. We ended up never renting that machinery. We don't know what that machinery had been envisioned to be. And I'm looking to zero this line item out because I don't anticipate us needing any money in this category. And then the last item we're listing here is expense line 560.60 for dues and membership. We did hire recently a new zoning staffer in the office, and this would provide that professional an opportunity to join the Professional Zoning Association. And this expense totally allows us as a full staff to secure professional licensure as land use planners in a professional capacity. So I'm asking for a modest increase in that for our additional staffer. And that's all of the items I have in front of you that have a 10% change or a change that's greater than $10,000 total. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but that's the Planning and Zoning Department's summary.
Questions for Mr. Jones? If not, Mr. Jones, if we have additional questions, we'll get them forwarded to you so that we can have some information come back to council, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill, Buildings and Grounds?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe we might have our second station up and running. If not, I'm going to have to be jumping in and out of this seat. But I would like to just, for one thing, I'd like to point out that Matt's done a great job. As most of you are aware, he was appointed to the position in August and actually came here after we had begun the budget. So he has done a great deal of catching up, and I think he's done a great job of bringing himself up to speed on a lot of the items that are within his budget. At this time, I would like to move on to Building and Grounds and our county engineer, Bill McIntosh, who is the department head. Bill? No. Did you unmute the microphone? Okay. All right. I'm going to have Bill jump in here too. I apologize. We're still having difficulties. He's right here. Hold on, please. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep. Coming through loud and clear.
Okay, so building and grounds adopted revenue has not changed, and that's our reimbursement for domestic relations, $18,900. 2020 adopted expenses is $1,296,122. Proposed expenses, $1,316,498 for an increase of $20,376. No changes in the revenues. Expenses, greater than 10% or over $10,000. First account, 510.40 shift differential. We've increased that by 29% or $10,230 to $12,200. And that reflects me moving people to the second shift to help with the cleaning related to the additional burdens from the COVID. Second one is account 510.50, that's longevity. That went down 32% due to employees retiring. As we know, that is being phased out. New employees do not get that benefit. So as they retire, that goes down. Next account is 550.40, that's natural gas. We requested an increase to account for the courthouse natural gas being moved to this. We put steam boilers in, that's fed by natural gas, and that now falls upon the building and grounds department. Next account is 550.41, that's the sewer. We lower that by 17% from 12,000 to 10,000. That's due to a realized savings due to water conservation measures. That's the extent of my changes for my budget. I'm open to questions.
Questions for Mr. McIntosh? Thank you. Again, Mr. McIntosh, if we have further questions, we'll get them to you, and hopefully you can get the information back to us. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. O'Neill, who's going to handle the boiler plant?
Yes, Mr. McGinley. Bob Dudek is here, our mechanical systems person. I'd like to have him go through it quickly for you. There's just a few items, and we've had decreases on the expenditures, but I'd like to bring in Mr. Dudek at this time.
Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. To start off, I have no revenues. My 2020 adopted expenses were $236,596,000. My proposed for 2021 are $231,327. My sewer line item 550.41. Lowered it by 41%. Water, line item 550.43, lowered that by 20%. And inspection fees, 560.28, increased that by $50. That's all the changes I have.
Okay. It looks like your energy savings project is providing some nice returns there.
Yep.
And you have a very nice building. When I stopped up there to see you that one day, very clean and spotless and looked great. Any questions for Mr. Dudek? Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes. I would like to move on next to our. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'd like to move on to 911. I'd like to bring up our executive director, Fred Rosenkrantz.
Okay.
And I'm going to have him step in here while we try to hook up our other station. Thank you.
Mr. Rosenkrantz?
Yes, good evening, members of council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Proposed is our 2021 general fund budget. You will see, looking at the adopted revenue, it stays the same from 2020, $40,000. That is for the administrative fee reimbursement directly to budget and finance that we do every year. And for the costs on the general fund side, we have reduced those by approximately $5,100, reducing the vehicle repairs maintenance line item by 37.5%. and advertising at 11. So that covers our general fund portion of the budget for 2021.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Rosencrantz? Thank you, Mr.
Hey, Mr. Rosencrantz, I go on action, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
go ahead, Mr. Haas, go ahead.
Hey, Fred, good to see you. You know, we've been seeing in the newspapers, we have some morale issues over there at 911. Can you speak to that on what's going on there?
Certainly. As always, we're in the global pandemic. We have 21 telecommunicator vacancies, and we are having an extremely hard time replacing those positions. Our staff is working exorbitant amounts of overtime. Mr. Pedri and I are currently working with AFSCME on trying to come up with a plan on overtime and ways to mitigate the last minute mandates. That's a majority of our issue right now with the staff. But again, if anybody has a magic ball or a magic solution for me to get 21 positions filled, we are not alone. It's a worldwide pandemic, and we are doing the best we can with the staffing levels that we have. And as council was notified, we're having some staffing issues beyond the vacancies. So, you know, by all means, are we having morale issues? Absolutely. I don't see any way to fix it anytime soon. We're doing the best we can and trying to work with the staff the best we can.
How are we doing with, is there any heroes money in the CARES Act? I'm guessing, you know, our TCs are on the front lines there. Everybody in your department is. Any way we can procure some financial help on that and through the federal act?
I believe we could work with budget and finance on that end of it. It has to be used by December 30th from what I understand. So I'm sure there are options that we can look at in trying to get some CARES Act funding. But again, it's not the fact that we don't have funding. On the other side of the 911 funding budget, outside of the 100 fund, as many of you know, a lion's share of our funding comes from phone fees. So we're not hurting for the funding, we are hurting for the workers. And when, you know, we spoke about this before, Mr. McGinley and I have spoken about it several times. When we're in the industrial park and you have places like Chewy starting out with the same starting hourly rate for a telecommunicator at our facility, where you don't have to give up nights, weekends, holidays, be recorded, be under extreme amounts of stress, take a call for a baby not breathing. Those are the challenges we face every day. So we're doing the best we can, and we're working through it. And again, it's not so much a funding issue, it's a staffing issue. And I think that's nationwide right now.
Okay, thanks for taking the questions.
Thanks, Mr. Rosencrantz, and thank you for your work, and thank you for your staff who's, you know, has to make a tremendous amount of accommodations under these conditions that we have currently, and we know it's difficult, but, you know, we appreciate all your efforts and your staff efforts.
I'm extremely proud of my staff for what we're dealing with now. Everybody's really stepping up. It's an extremely stressful time, and I'm very fortunate to have such a phenomenal staff. So thank you again for your support.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rosencrantz. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to echo your sentiments regarding Fred and the 911 department. He does an outstanding job, and by far and away has the largest staff in our division and possibly one of the largest staffs in the county administrative areas. And not only does he have a large group of employees to manage, but he also has a very critical function that he serves day in and day out, 24/7. So I want to just, again, say what a great job he does with what he has to work with and the conditions that are present at our 911 center. Next up, I'd like to bring up our EMA Director, Lucy Morgan, to run through our emergency management budget.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Our 2020 adopted revenue was $107,014. Our 2021 proposed revenue is $103,000 and $3,126. The difference you see there is grant awards. They changed the formulas, so that's why that's a little bit less. Our 2020 adopted expenses are $276,767. Our 2021 proposed expenses are $275,014. Our position count has remained for non-rep. The expenses, the changes in the expenses under account 550.27 travel expenses. We had 2020 adopted $100. On 2021, we requested $250. It's 150% change, but this is to cover our newly acquired Easy Pass for our vehicles. We're in a new task force now, so it changes a lot of our travel. So it just helps us to be able to use the turnpike sometimes to get places a little bit quicker. We did use some of our vehicles to deliver and receive PPE. So a lot of that has to do with COVID too. Under our 550.47, repair, maintenance, machinery, and equipment, the 2020 adopted was $2,500. The 2021 requested is $3,500. It's a 28% change, and that is to cover anticipated increase in cost for our scheduled maintenance of our in-house generator. In our 560.60 dues and membership, 2020 adopted is $500. 2021 requested is $200. It's a minus 60% change, and that's due to all of our employees receiving professional certification, so we no longer need that much funding.
Questions for Ms. Morgan? Thank you. If we have questions, we'll move them along to you and hope they can get back the information for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill, Road and Bridge.
Yes. At this time, I'd like to bring up Larry Plesh, our Chief County Engineer, to run through our road and bridge budget and also the engineering budget. Larry? First, I'll do the engineering budget, which is the simpler of the two. Proposed revenue for 2021 for engineering is $40,000. The proposed expenses for 2021 is $833,165. We have 4 non-represented, and all positions are currently filled. The 2021 budget is pretty almost identical to the 2020 budget with no changes in the accounts.
Okay.
The next fund is the road and bridge account. Revenues, proposed revenues for 2020 are $18,500. And proposed expenses are $1,305,669. There are 3 non-represented positions, which would be the division head, road and bridge supervisor, and the road and bridge secretary. We currently have 17 positions. Mechanic position was eliminated. And we still have a couple of positions to fill at this time. The changes would be to expenses. Represented wages has a 7% decrease. Elimination of the 1 mechanic position, and we had a few retirees this past year, and we hired new personnel at the starting salaries. So therefore, it lowered the represented wages. Also, the overtime wages anticipated to have a decrease of about 18% based on the 5-year trend. Also, the vehicle fuel and gas
as a 21% decrease from 95,000 to 75,000. That also has trended down over the last few years. The one increase would be for repairs and maintenance to roads, the 550.50 account. Last year in 2020 was 70,000, and we're asking for 100,000 in that fund. It gets me a couple more drainage issues fixed, a couple more problems on roads that we don't have the money for. So we're asking for an increase. We have seen a greater increase in the need for that over the last couple of years, just by our investigation in the field. That's all I have.
Questions for Mr. Plush? If not, thank you. Mr. O'Neill, are you completed with your budget presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that completes our 100 fund budgets for the division.
Okay.
At some point in the near future, I would like to ask Mr. Plesh, as he had done in the past, to provide us an update with the large number of bridge and road projects that we have accomplished. I was just making that comment in relation to his last request for that increase for road work. We have made significant progress in taking care of a lot of the problem areas throughout the county, and I will have him update you in the near future at one of the council meetings with a list of the projects that are completed and underway.
Okay. And
Mr. O'Neill, Bobby Schmidt.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say a great job. I got a lot of compliments on the Conyngham Butler Bridge. I know it took a couple of years, but came out gorgeous, and a lot of people are happy down in this area about that.
Yes, we made quite a bit of progress more so even on the bridge side than on the roads. I mean, we're obviously trying to do what we can with what we have available, but we've made significant progress.
Well, thank you again for all your hard work.
Any other questions?
Hear me?
Yes.
The only thing I would say very, very briefly is I hope council is aware, and I want to say this publicly, is throughout this entire process of the pandemic, time and time again, I've asked Eddie O'Neill and his staff to assist throughout the COVID process, and every time they've stepped up. Whether it's Eddie O'Neill running through these this CARES funding projects, or Lucy Morgan with EMA, or Building and Grounds, obviously the whole team, and honestly Fred Rosencrantz, 911, everybody steps up time and time again in the Division of Operations. So I want to say I appreciate it, and I appreciate their work here tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. If we have further questions, we'll certainly move that back to you and ask you to provide the information. Mr. Swets, there was one item that that we should have talked about under your monthly budget report, and that's the TRAN. You want to update the council on that, please?
Sure. So PFM put together the work as they had done in prior years for the TRAN. A few years back, 3 or 4, we were looking to get somebody to bid. This year, I could tell you the deadline was today, and we had 4 bids. So we will put together, based on not just the percentage interest rate with whatever fees, and have an agenda submittal for a voting meeting to get this resolved. We're looking at keeping it at 16 million. We have the support for the 16 million. We provided the backup. If there wasn't COVID, it might have been something that we could have done less, but with the COVID and the uncertainty and looking to keep this to one TRAN and not another TRAN that was mentioned earlier, we're looking at leaving it at 16 million. So we'll have something very shortly because it's only 4 proposals. I'll have an agenda submittal ready to go. We'll finalize this in December and have the money for January as we do in other years. So very pleased with 4 proposals, and we think it'll be less than the budget amount. Once I get a final amount, I can make an amendment, give it to council to make an amendment to the 2021 budget. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, we're now at public comment.
Mr. Chairman, Jason
Yes.
Carr from Sailorsburg, Pennsylvania. How are you tonight?
We're fine. How about you? You
I'm
have the
doing
floor,
great.
Mr. Carr.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to address the issue regarding 911. As I drive through the slums of Wilkes-Barre over the last 3 weeks, I've had to make multiple phone calls to 911, and it's been concerning that no one answers when I dial 911. And luckily, I'm only calling about cars that are abandoned in the middle of streets. And it's taken approximately 6 minutes for someone to call me back. Now, imagine if that was a dying baby. Imagine if that was someone with a heart attack. Imagine if it was somebody choking and they needed immediate help. That 6 minutes is crucial for saving someone's life. And the phones are not even being picked up. I'm being put on hold. I'm being told by an automated system that you're going to call me back. And it takes approximately 6 minutes. And I don't understand why these issues are not in other counties. This doesn't happen where I live in Monroe County. It doesn't happen in Schuylkill County. It doesn't happen in Lackawanna County. Maybe the problem rests with Mr. Rosencrantz. And maybe there needs to be an inquiry committee to go back and look at 911 again. There are major problems there. I only read what's on the newspaper and what's online in social media, and it seems to be pretty serious. And hopefully someone pays attention. And ultimately, Mr. Pedder's responsible. But he doesn't seem, he's thanking Mr. Rosencrantz right now when there's 6 minute delays in a 911 call being answered. And then secondly, and lastly, I would just like to tell Mr. Chairman that I think it's disingenuous that Ms. Sedman and Mr. Perry are now all of a sudden concerned about the taxpayers. They've made multiple comments, maybe in the last 4 to 5 meetings. But I figured out that, you know what? It's election time. And it sounds as if they are concerned about being reelected in the primary. And for the last 18 months, I've sat here and listened, and I've watched Mr. Perry and Ms. Sedman vote multiple times to raise taxes on the citizens of Luzerne County. And secondly, I've watched them vote multiple times to give enormous tax breaks and incentives to special interest developers within the county while sticking it to the taxpayers. So I will be cognizant going forward to make sure everyone knows their positions. And it's disingenuous and it's a disgrace that they're even on council. Thank you.
Ron Knapp.
Mr. Knapp, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman McGinley. And I appreciate that we have participants in a number of 26 plus of what appears to be concerned citizens about the direction of our county that are still online. The first thing I want to address is the early on consideration for the consolidation of the transportation authority. Important thing that should be stressed is to keep this whole process transparent from the whole initial study of them implementing the consolidation through to coupling the authority transportation in an absolute must. Keeping everyone informed through the process. The number one thing that I think will be most beneficial to Luzerne County for the consolidation is ridership increase to make available warehouse staff, making it easier for access through consolidation of routes from point to point in the industrial parks. And that would eliminate overlapping routes. And with everybody so concerned about COs, carbon monoxide pollution, I think that would help out exponentially. And the one pushback, I believe, and it's understandable, will be the event of lost jobs with regards to the administration is subject to decrease. This would be saving LCTA and Colts but there will be job losses. And last but not least, I forgot the benefit of the availability for the authorities to be able to have more in-house or less need for inventory, as the person presented regarding the engines when they need to be swapped out in the buses if that had to take place. I think that would be far less cost to the overall overhead for the mechanical and the whole process of keeping the fleet moving. So that is all good and dandy. Now, one other thing I wanted to mention about, but I'm sure Mr. Longmore isn't still on, about we all want clean water in the Susquehanna. No question about that. But I wish he'd been still on, if he's still on, just to ask a question with regards to what is being done about the pollutants that come out of the mines, the acid, iron pollutant that is visual by the naked eye just across from the Wyoming levee system. It seems to me that if the authorities are so concerned about cleaning up the river, they would tackle that, which is cumbersome. But I don't feel that the taxpayers should be held accountable for coal barons, and there has to be royalties or something in order to clean up that mess. And last but not least, it's been said before.
Finish up, please.
Yes, that would be the pollutants that PennDOT places when they place brine on the roads, as it is a byproduct from fracking. It keeps the icing probability down to keep a road safety, but it is a proven fact that PennDOT is the most producer of pollutants of all. So maybe they could come up with another theory, like I heard mentioned that red beet juice or some other form of natural material would resolve the problem. Thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Anyone else from the public?
Mr. McGinley, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Favre in his presentation said the rationale by Reading and Lancaster to form a parent authority was because of labor contracts under both respective county authorities was the reason they could not merge both entities into one, and they decided to form a parent company that would oversee the overall operation instead of merging both authorities. As I remember during the talks, the first talks of the merger between LCTA, Colts, and Hazleton Public Transit, that was a major contention for Hazleton Public Transit, was because of the labor contracts under Colts and LCTA would be incompatible with Hazleton Public Transit, as Hazleton Public Transit bids out their bus operations to a fixed-based operator. So that was a major contention by Hazleton at the time, and that is why Hazleton did not agree to move forward with any potential merger at the time. And as you said correctly, Mr. Chairman, Hazleton Public Transit, by definition, is a city department within the city of Hazleton, not a municipal authority. Also, in the presentation by Mr. Longmore, County Manager Pedri said that the plan is not binding for any kind of stormwater management or MS4, and I would like to correct him as far as that, under the Chesapeake Bay Commission, when they had their quarterly meeting, in their presentation about Lancaster, they actually said that plans, especially a Conservation Excellent grant, for the planning for a Conservation Excellent grant was a requirement for the implementation of MS4 for their county, and actually specifically also for York County as well, if you want to look at the email I sent you. Also, I just wanted to say lastly, there's a surge of COVID infections in the Hazleton area, and specifically in Hazleton City, where Lehigh County Hospital ICU is at full capacity, Mr. Chairman. And I plead with you and the members of council and the county manager to please put out a public service announcement to residents whose relatives have plans of coming to the county and to the Hazleton area for the holidays, which will cause a huge surge due to mass gatherings indoors, and it will just spike up the infection rate and cause Lehigh Valley ICU to be more over capacity, than it is. And I would like to wish you and the council members, the county manager, county employees, and fellow residents a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
Other members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is Mike Stash from Lehman Township. Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your last name, sir, please?
Stash, S-T-A-S-H.
Very good. Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, I'd just like to comment quickly on the county action plan that was discussed earlier.
Right.
I do have some concerns about it, and also I'd like to back up what Mr. Rabo said, that the MS4 is indeed part of the county action plan. If you look at some of the templates for some of the other counties that have begun this plan, MS4 and stormwaters are specifically addressed. So that is indeed part of it, so it cannot be separated. And I am concerned that, once we start to go down this road, we're going to wind up with another fee. And this is kind of how the stormwater fee evolved. And I'm very concerned about that. So I would ask county council to keep a sharp eye as this progresses, and to perhaps get something in writing from DEP that there will be no increase to the taxpayer, if that would be possible. Because I would also just like to remind county council that the stormwater fee that is in effect right now is subject to substantial increases. For example, in 2023, it's going up 83%. So with all these things coming to a head, this is the last thing that the taxpayer needs right now is another tax. So just like to thank county council for everything you do, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
Brian Dwyer from Larksville.
Mr. Dwyer, go ahead.
I listened to the discussion with council and Mr. Pedri and the representative from DEP, and I don't have the comments in order, but anybody who paid attention will know what I'm talking about. At one point in the discussion, the DEP member stated that they would have to sit down and get with WVSA and see what it is they're doing to address the issues in Chesapeake Bay. WVSA, by their own admittance in public, took in $10 million so far in stormwater fees out of the economy of Luzerne County. And the only major thing that I can point to that they've done, again, this is my opinion, but there's no arguing it. They bought an extremely large fleet of very new and expensive vehicles, and they bought a very large storage building, or entered into a contract to buy a very large storage building. It's just ridiculous. As far as funding from the state, I don't see it happening, because the state is down right now. On the news today, they reported they're down $600 million in just the taxes alone from the gas fees due to the cutbacks for COVID, which are going to run into next year. They're down all over. I don't see you getting money for this. The Chesapeake Bay Association is already suing Pennsylvania. They're suing the state. There is a lawsuit filed. Mr. Griffiths made a comment about, would they come after us? Well, why wouldn't they sue the county? They get $78 million a year in tax money. They have plenty of money to file lawsuits, which seems to be their modus operandi. As far as Mr. Pedri, and I get his point about it's under his discretion, and I understand that, but the council has the final say on it when this plan comes about. What's the point of even if you're not, the first thing isn't going to address getting rid of the fee from WVSA, then what's the point? Why even bother? And I think a question was asked by Mr. Griffiths, if, say we don't go along with this pack, what's going to happen? My personal opinion, DEP is just going to come up with their own plan, because I believe they made a public announcement that out of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania, they're looking to put 43 under this. So, don't have a plan. They're just going to give you one. I think it's the county's only option is to say, no, we don't have a plan. We're not going to join your little coalition, because you need to address this on a statewide level. This isn't Luzerne County's burden to bear. I don't pay, and I've admitted it more than once in these public meetings, I don't pay the stormwater fee. I pay my sewer bills, but I don't pay the stormwater fee. I'm not paying another fee. And there were some comments made by council members that the people of the county won't be happy if we were to enter into some kind of coalition that ends up with more fees. I will lead the charge. I will be on the courthouse door beating on it. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Anyone else from the public?
Mr. Manta.
Go ahead, Mr. Manta.
Last but not least, what I'm going to say is probably going to hurt a lot of people's feelings, okay? And I'm going to say it up front. Mr. Pedri, you lied to me at the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority meeting in January when I asked you questions. You lied to me about things that went on. And I'll sit back and listen to his answer. So he's trying to sell snake oil again. They convinced 32 municipalities to join this coalition for Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority to fleece the people in the county. And my God, is that a shame? Can you people get up in the morning and look in the mirror and say, we're fighting for the taxpayers? No, you cannot. Mr. McGinley, if you look in the mirror and say, I'm fighting for the taxpayers of Luzerne County, I'll tell you what, I better shave my head and walk backwards. And also, if they're not going to ask for any funding, just like it was supposed to be only $60 a household for Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority and DAMA, only $60 a household. Well, you know what? That's snake oil. They're selling snake oil, and the people in this county are falling for it every step of the way. MS4 is the same thing they're trying to shove down the farmers' throats. Lisa Baker's bill, 1225. Lisa Baker made a bill and they shelved it because the farmers did not want it. Matt Cartwright wants to spend more money to feed this project. We cannot let these people do this. We cannot afford to put any more burden on the taxpayers of Luzerne County, or I'll tell you what, you know who's going to be behind Mr. Dwyer? Myself and a lot of other people. We're going to be banging on the courthouse door saying, Mr. Pedri, do not accept this deal. I mean it. I really mean it. This is the straw that's going to break the camel's back in the county. And all of these people are just falling for the lies and the nonsense. I researched from Blackbird Bay in New York all the way down to the Chesapeake Bay, and there's 4 dams on the river, and these 4 dams control the sediment. And their Chesapeake Bay is just picking out people to sue, and they're suing the power company for the dam that's on the river now. They're going to turn around and sue up the county if they decide to put implement this Mr. Longmore. I would like to sit down and show him my evidence and the evidence that we've collected in the past 2 years for all of this stormwater nonsense Chesapeake Bay is not being cleaned up by the $10 million that we're spending at Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority, and they're spending our taxpayers' money, and they're not putting a dime towards the Chesapeake Bay. And this is a problem. I'm sorry that I had to get upset about it. Happy Thanksgiving. Please look in the mirror, people, and ask yourself, are you protecting the taxpayers of the county?
Mr. Manta, please.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Ms. Saban, you would like to respond to?
Mr. Carr, if he's on the phone still, or if he's on the call.
I don't know if Mr. Carr is with us at the turn time. But you have the floor, Ms. Saban.
No, these comments are directed at Mr. Carr. Last meeting I heard him insult Hazleton by calling it a dump. This week, insulted Wilkes-Barre by pointing out what he calls slums. I think I've driven through parts of Saylorsburg that I'm not that impressed with. So don't call me disingenuous or Mr. Perry disingenuous about our caring for the taxpayer, that we really don't. Mr. Carr should run for public office himself. That's what he should do. And keep his remarks to himself if they can't be helpful. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you.
Screw you, Sheila.
Whoa.
Yo, he's out of control. Get him off.
Get off.
Shut up, Snee. Shut up, you jerk off.
Mr. Carr, you're off the call. Cut him off. Terrible way to end the meeting, unfortunately. Obviously, everybody's looking forward to Thanksgiving. I know it's going to be a difficult Thanksgiving for a lot of families because of our current situation. I would hope that everybody will try to abide by all the safety rules wherever possible. Obviously, we're in a very difficult situation locally in the county and across the Commonwealth, and it looks like across the country. So if everybody would pitch in and help, I think that would be very appropriate. And obviously, we wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving as much as possible, but we certainly have a lot to deal with at this time, and I wish that everyone would stay happy and healthy, and all their family members.
Thank you.
With that, do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Ms. Sagan, do we have a second?
Second, Chris.
Mr. Perry, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Sheila and Bob, that was uncalled for. I'm so sorry. That was disrespectful.
Totally
Unacceptable.
for Harris. And the meeting was first. And he asked Mr. Perry, how do we replace Mr. Perry if he dies? The guy's out of control.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Okay.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Everyone, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Chairman McGinley.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Happy
cookie lady.
Thanksgiving.
Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
All of you
Stay
too.
safe.
Happy Thanksgiving to all you guys.
See you next week.
Happy Thanksgiving.